Wait.
I need to know when I created these other donut theories.
There are no other donut theories. I'm just.
There could be.
Why? Why? Clearly, why?
What do you mean, why?
There does not need to be any more donut theories.
That's the
Oh
reason.
my god, why?
That's not right.
Why?
You know that has he shown you the double that he now has?
Yeah, he
Yes, I
just played
have.
it. Wait, Red,
Yes,
were you
yeah.
listening when you popped in, or were you just playing soundboard stuff? Because I was singing.
Oh, I heard that. No, yeah.
I was singing, but it wasn't even good. I was just saying the lyrics. Like, it wasn't even
I know
like
you were
me.
very
Like,
quiet. You
oh
were
my
just
God.
like talking the lyrics, basically.
I was so surprised. I thought I was in my stream voice chat. That's why.
Oh.
And then all of a sudden you're here.
Oh, I need burst.
Nope.
sudden you
I'm
wait.
gonna do it.
Wait, I already clicked the button.
Fuck. Damn, that was just like 1 second too late. Bruh.
Let's go.
Oh my
He's still
god.
going though. He's gonna be.
I'm your baby.
Oh.
I got first on Kimchi stream after joining like an hour later.
Hold on.
I like how Kimchi, like, I was so tempted to change my thing.
Same third. Oh, you did.
Chat's all here.
I was so tempted to change, to change my thing on
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
on the thing
On the thing, yeah.
on the display
There.
right there, but I
Yeah.
never did. And the funny thing is, it would have been like a serious version, and then on Discord it's cute, and yours is on stream it's cute, and on Discord it's the serious version.
No. I'm confused. Wait, what are you saying right now?
I'm always confused. Where's your PNG?
Pro Val time? No.
Enchantment table.
Where's your PNG?
Stop speaking enchantment
Where's
table.
mine?
Zuma Sufrutara!
The fuck? Wait, why are you so... I think I'm... Well, we're gonna need to get you a new mic there, Brad.
Oh,
Your mic's popping, is what you're saying.
It was like popping. I don't know what the fuck noise it was making.
Hang
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Maples on our
It's
team.
you.
Very much a liquid. I don't believe
Okay,
it.
so that's better. The only problem is my soundboard doesn't work anymore.
What?
Oh, that sucks.
Send it
It's,
over. Let me try to
It's voice
tinker.
mod.
Oh, it's
It's
voice
voice mod.
mod.
So
Yeah,
voice
voice mod
mod is the one
sucks.
that like fucks everything up. But I don't have another
Turn
soundboard.
on a voice changer. It'll fix it.
Yeah, hang on. Let me do that real quick.
Yep.
Let me do that one
Yep.
real quick. That'll.
Yep.
The funny thing is, it actually does fix it.
I know it does.
What if I turn on the voice
CM, when
changer?
are you gonna play Val? When are you playing Val with
Okay.
me?
Just put on auto tune.
Okay, here we go.
Auto-tune, yep. Mm-hmm.
You know what's funny? Is that I have one on.
Oh my
right
god, I think you need to unplug and replug your... Turn
I
it
know you
on
guys
and
wanna see
off.
the jump scares.
now.
What is the auto tune?
Oh shit!
Why is the jet tag beard poppy?
What?
Why is that an
That's
option?
one,
for
that
a
exists.
tag?
That
Damn
exists.
it, Landy.
Why?
Please,
Question
I'm in the
why
middle
it
of a
exists.
fight.
It just exists.
Why?
Does my mic sound good now?
Yes,
That's literally
thank you.
cotton candy in French.
Cotton candy? What's cotton candy in French?
Oh, it's like weird, but if you translate it back to English, it's father's beard.
What?
Yeah. Have you never done that? I think
have
it's
to
actually
carry me
Papa's
now.
beard, but I'm pretty sure it's Papa's beard, but yeah.
Okay, tell me if this sounds better.
Mm.
So their tag, if you read it in French, is technically cotton candy.
Cotton candy. Oh my god, I have too much stuff
Let
on
me
my
out.
desk.
Let me out. Let me out.
Me
I think
Yeah.
clean.
I mean,
Let me out.
I think it's Discord. I need to get a new sound board. Is what it is.
Someone's there.
No, if I just draw a penis with this.
Control yourself, please.
No.
I'm drawing one now. I ran out of the effect.
Fuck. She shot me in the face.
Run, little man. Blow him up, Mosh.
There is some place I need to be. Keep killing me, I dare you.
Doing great.
You just killed me. I think I actually. died.
Reloading.
I love just healing myself with my wall, because it's so much slower than the molly.
Holy shit. My audio is so fucking loud.
I got an ace!
Nice. It's all
I
the
got a
videos
60
you
kill.
watched, huh?
Yeah, definitely. Oh, he crouched! He cheated!
Reloading.
Someone speak.
Lost it. Get him, wingman.
Oh shit.
Bro has an Aries, why?
I don't want to peek that. Fuck that.
Fuck you.
That wasn't even a good joke, that was me!
Not ready.
I'm sorry, I love you.
Not ready.
Oh, my health is 69.
Don't talk to me. Nice!
Oh fuck. Why
I hope
did you
know
tell
that's
me
the
they were
first
right there?
word. That's the first word on my stream. My health is 60.
Oh, I killed somebody with my wall.
Good job, good
How
job.
the fuck did I kill somebody with my wall? I got it in death as well. Bro, why did you have the Aries equipped?
Haha.
What the fuck?
Go, go, go.
I am lagging hella.
Don't do
right now.
that. Fuck.
Lag hella.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend
The
that.
game's really, really loud. Hold on. There you go.
Bro switches from an Aries to a Guardian. What?
That makes lots
Yeah,
of
this
sense.
is
I
there.
don't know
Where's
what
my-
you're thinking about. Ow! My eyes.
Why haven't you gotten this chamber
I
yet?
did say watch your eyes.
Not ready.
Oh my god. You got in my way.
Reloading.
I need health so bad. No.
Ace, I don't care.
Uh-huh. Alright, where are you guys? I wanna play with you guys. Fuck these guys.
I'm playing on right side because it's fun. Ow! Got killed from left side, they're bad.
I was gonna start streaming, but I'm lagging hella and I play the game.
Up and away.
Close some shit out.
Dizzy has target.
Aw, 120. I got 124 on the arena. I did not know that. I thought I only hit like 4 bullets.
I'm doing
Oh,
horrible.
I forgot
Gotta go.
I had that vandal.
Come up, Mosh.
Did you call me?
We're doing horrible.
Reload. Gotcha.
Hey, boy, turn around.
Grenade. Take this. Coming through.
Beautiful.
I'm just too slow.
Reloading.
Suggest you be faster?
It's really hard to.
Was that a good or bad switch?
Dizzy's up top. Someone's there.
I was gonna break my
I'll take it.
this morning.
Oh my god, I can't hear you guys over the fucking.
I'm out of here.
It was the first I can.
You just sprayed those teammates.
What did you just say? What'd you call me?
Wait, is that the word for German? Is that a face in need of a fist?
No, who did that?
Wingman's down.
In what?
Ow, I got double peek. That's cheating.
Mosh pit.
Third suggestion:
I'm
don't
good.
peek
I'm him.
while blind.
Yeah?
You want to play?
Let's play.
I don't want to play. I don't want to play. Thank you.
Oh my god, that was horrible. My bad.
Watch out. But I said watch out. You didn't listen.
She used to watch out, not watch your eyes.
No, but the
What a
character said watch
bitch.
your eyes, and I said watch out. It should have been a good enough warning.
Oh my god, they're just shooting me in the face. I have no chance.
Move your
Clear.
head.
I shot my
You
wingman.
never, you don't, I don't know.
You like my wall?
Beautiful.
Very extensive.
What the fuck was that?
Cornball.
Oh fuck. Damn.
Doing great, guys.
Oh, okay, flashed me. Thanks.
You're
Thanks.
the only one I flashed.
Fuck.
I didn't even flash that in the team. It was just you.
Bro, I hit her for 34. I need to aim higher. I'm actually bad.
I don't like that. Can it not be good?
Cornball.
Cornball. Damn. Oh my god. Reyna has an ace. They're Reyna. Do we have Reyna? I don't know. Can't tell.
No.
Okay, so I just wasted my ult
Dude.
to not get a single kill. Let's go.
Run, little man.
Nice,
Intel,
nice.
intel. Get intel on the.
Bro, I saw one person. I didn't even get in.
That was one hit.
Intel on the team deathmatch.
Ow.
We're
Chamber has
losing?
an
We're
op. I
losing?
don't
What?
appreciate this. Since when?
Not ready. Up and away. Dizzy has targets.
We're losing by 5. It's fine. I tagged chamber. It is stupid operator. What do we need to do? Avoid main.
Phoenix is tagged for a little bit.
This
What?
Reyna is immortal.
Let's play.
They're not ready. Dizzy's up top.
No way,
Right.
Bread.
I played so
Red,
carefully
no
to not
way.
die there, and you go and die?
Wow.
I killed somebody at the end. I couldn't even see it. I just sprayed and I killed him.
Oh, sheesh.
Got 13. Let's go.
One more and then we can play Schwifts. Who's on? Nobody yet?
Like,
Yes.
Oh, Trick's on. I miss Trick so much.
tricks?
Mhm.
You silly rabbit. Tricks are for kids.
That's where my brain went as well. I was like, what? A fucking rabbit?
Wait, did you stream for 1 minute?
Yeah, I did. I started streaming, it got really laggy, and I was like, nah, get this. For some reason, your chat is not showing up for me, Kimchi.
Wait, why?
Sounds like a skill issue, Brad.
Your chat's just not there.
Oh,
wait, no.
well,
Yeah,
you know,
I'm
that's
pretty
I'm an
fine.
idiot.
Skill issue, Brad.
I mean, it is a skill issue.
Watch anyway. My crew is coming through.
Not gonna lie, Kimchi, almost opened your stream with my phone at full volume.
Oh god, that would have been horrible. Everything picked up.
Yep, it definitely would have. My phone's really fucking loud.
Don't be scared. Oh my!
I don't know the
You
rest
guys
of the
dead?
That's how you spell lurk.
Oh, you guys are lurk, lurk,
lyrics.
lurk.
I used the wrong button.
Sounds
my
like a
Phoenix
skill
is gone.
issue.
You, like play. Oh, shit.
I finally got you.
God damn it. Raise
Work?
it.
What the fuck? Dude, work was fucking brutal for me today.
Ah, there's a 109. That's the first one I saw. There's a 160. Ah.
Wait, why are you screaming now?
Chaos Walking's on the other team. The gingerbread man. We fucked.
Oh shit.
But I'm Sir Bredius. We're fine.
No, no.
We're distant. We are second cousins, okay?
The gingerbread man has the RAR tag, bro. We fucked.
We're
Oh
second
no,
cousins.
not
It's
the
fine.
RAR.
I'm sure I can talk to him. He's a very reasonable man. Trust me.
Why don't I believe you?
Rar.
Is my grenade in full color for you?
Oh, where are we?
Out the way.
Oh, who are you?
You're in the way.
Wait, who are
Bait
you?
beat.
Push faster. We're going so slow. Get in there.
That's what I
Good
sound like
job.
whenever I'm driving. Get out of the way!
Did I hit her? I did.
Any day now, shit.
The gingerbread man is like one tap.
Someone's there.
Oh, wait, I'm stuck on
the
the
boom
gingerbread man.
go.
Bro, I had like no life left.
It's fine. I killed him.
Did you just refer to your HP as life?
Yes.
It's just in video games are now referring to HP as LF, life force.
I don't know how, but I satcheled up into an area. Two people were staring at me. I killed them both and then died from behind. Man. Yep, that's what I know. I'm blind. Help. Ow, you killed me, Bread. What the fuck?
But I got a clip though.
Bread, no joke, I walked into your grenade on purpose.
But I got a clip though.
Does that count for a kill for them?
No. It might, I don't know. I'm not sure what to look up there either. I don't think anyone's tested it. You wanna find out?
Yes. Ow, my ankle.
I'm sure it does, because the game's like, well, what happens if you just like team kill your teammate after they are like low HP just to save your life?
Keep missing.
It's
Don't
like whenever
do
you
that.
kill your army, your soldier member, you're just to remove a confirmed kill from someone. That's something to do in the military.
Bro. What the fuck just happened?
I just spammed with the sheriff and killed that man. Ah! I had my grenade out. They caught me off guard.
Oh man, that was such a clean kill too.
Ow, Phoenix, why?
Karopi's really doing stuff.
Who
It's
is?
crazy. Karopi? The
You know
Reyna.
who is it?
The Reyna.
The gingerbread man. I told him to start throwing.
Tell the gingerbread man to start throwing.
You have an emergency line between the both of us.
Let's go! Should not have worked. Just running at her.
Fuck!
Oh my god. Most ineffective way to kill someone.
It can be.
Hello?
Phoenix?
Uwu?
No?
What the fuck was that, Phoenix? Please. Oh my god. I just, okay, so I just
I must
chucked
resort
my
to making the
boombot at
soundboard
a
myself.
jet.
Yeah.
Actually, I
Let's
could make a
make the
soundboard right
noises.
now.
I have to make the noises myself now.
Fucking crouch, bro. I can't think that fast.
What is she doing?
Three?
Where they at? Where they at? I couldn't find them, man.
Do you think it's possible to win before the final stage?
Yes, yes I do.
Is that our goal?
Yes.
Yep.
The way, Phoenix. Ow. Phoenix got me killed, although he ran away from me after I took out there.
Kimchi, what do you want? What do you want your nickname for? My nickname for you to be? Like you like Kimpy? Do you want like Kimmy? Misa?
Hmm.
Mika.
Just Yeah. What about or
No.
You know, you want
Stop.
I think
Fuck, my
America's a
life's
good one,
just so fast. It's a planner.
3 kills.
Oh, where
Kimchi?
am I, bro? I'm so blind.
Oh my god, that was fast. That scared me actually.
Dog's got that judge out too. I'm about to judge him for that. Guys, why are we losing?
I don't want to talk about it.
I want to talk about it though. Play with each other. Let's go. Marina, what are you doing? Marina, what are you doing?
Why is Phoenix faster than me?
I'm not paying attention.
Don't peek.
My fucking eyes, Phoenix. That was in my freaking head.
Well, he called that out.
She's just camping there, bro. So
Help!
smart.
I'm lagging. Help! I can't move. Help!
That sounds like a skill issue.
That's just
Oh
like a
my
skill
god, I
issue.
hate this. I hate this jet. I hate this jet.
Oh my god, I hate.
Me too. I be hating.
Go get him, buddy.
I'm going crazy.
Crazy?
Okay, I don't know how to explain it.
I was
but I
crazy
peeked with my
once.
bot. I don't know how to explain this, but I peeked with my bot. They shot my bot instantly. It did absolutely nothing to help me. I killed one somehow and then died.
Guys, come on.
It's all done running.
Kimchi,
we
I was
winning yet?
chasing your ultimate and now it's dead. Well,
Yes. Agreed. Oh my god.
disappointment.
No sweat.
My mom told me that a while ago.
Wait, what?
Disappointment.
Stop.
Ow, my butt.
I'm ready.
Stop!
Run, little man. The wingman's down.
I was gonna knife our Phoenix's ult.
I'm good for 3.
I've got 3 kills.
I just get my ace real quick. Get my get back, you know?
Did you see my little boombot bounce?
They're not ready.
Oh my god, I couldn't press my C.
Guys, I'm trying to invest over here.
Trying to invest? Okay.
I'm trying to invest over here.
No,
Fuck,
I
that was
want
last
my
kill.
5th. No, I want my 5th. What's up, Jones?
Brad, you said you were trying to invest. Were you investing in crypto?
I was trying to clutch. I was trying my
You're
best.
investing in
Oh,
crypto?
your best. Oh.
No,
Yeah,
that's
no, I
what
heard
you said.
invest.
That's what you said? Oh, okay. Alright,
Yeah.
calm?
I should check the big Octorium ship.
Yeah, I think really.
No.
You suggested it.
I was just kidding.
No.
Match found.
You're both in your
Lunar,
eyes,
this
my
looks like a
guy.
really, really old clip.
It does look like a really old clip.
Is that
and because
Assassin's
it's-
Creed Mirage? Yeah,
Hey,
Jones,
where's
I
my
don't know if you
shout
stream-
out?
Oh my god, Brett, I'm sorry. I rescind the previous shout out so I can give Brett. There you go.
SP.
Oh fuck.
Couldn't even shout him out. What is this
Just
scam?
try to avoid it.
Scammer man. What the
What is this a clip of? Oh.
Oh, probably death. Honestly.
Oh, we're playing with Moose.
Nothing but pure happiness.
Here. Watch this
I
again.
got this.
Go again. Go again.
No, this one. No. I refuse.
I think it cuts the clip short, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, it cuts it short. You don't get to see the torture. Give me!
Free
Yes,
content.
no!
Free content. Free content.
No!
Whole chat is just shouting out.
No! Man, it was in the basement.
He's getting free exposure here.
It was in the basement. Guys,
Obviously, this is the fastest way to get to 50 followers. You know, the fastest way.
Yeah, this right here. Yeah. Go give me a
Yeah,
follow,
and then
guys.
I'm just
trying to
gonna
get 50
rerun
followers.
this clip over and over again.
The whole stream.
Why
It's
do
just.
you do
It's the
that?
same clip!
Not the same.
It's the same clip! It's the basement!
3 of the enemy team have the same banner, and they were all in the middle.
Well, I mean, there's
Yeah,
3
he
of
was-
us too,
He
so
was in
you
the
know,
basement.
like.
No, 3 of them had the same banner, and they were all in the middle. What the?
Kimchi just has a bot on her, like, just watching her stream, where every
Wait.
time the clip stops, it's
Brad,
just like,
Brad,
yeah,
Brad.
yeah, oh.
Wee.
I was AFK for this shot. Give me another shout out, who's AFK?
Oh yeah. Hold on.
She's just gonna
1
shout me
second.
out again. Sorry, that's muscle memory. No!
Oh fuck. I'm back in the game.
I have what? I was saying lunar. What? I don't know why you. What?
I know. Oh fuck. I shouldn't have pushed up. Actually, I pushed up so
plus
that
ratio.
I could do this.
You don't know how fast I be pushing on flank right now. I'm speed.
Is this me torturing Rando more?
Yes.
You know.
Yes, it is. That's the clip.
Enemy remaining. Spike down. C.
No, is it the fucking the one chess clip?
I think it's your mating call. It's not the one where you're being tortured by me flying through the
That
sky.
one's
It's
so
the same.
fucking
know which one
funny.
that is.
Last player standing.
Window.
Why didn't I peek while they were flashed?
Skill issue.
I do this on a daily, bro. It's okay.
What, bud?
Bread,
I didn't hear
bread,
you.
gun.
Look,
Where are you?
look down. Look
Oh,
down.
fuck. Sorry. My
Look down.
I didn't know where you were. My bad.
Help! They're here!
Hey, I think they're there.
Yeah?
Spike down A.
It's just like a inkling there.
Bro,
I'm about to
there's no way
sneeze.
he just pushed through my molly. Yeah, good thing you died. Freaking idiot. Dude pushed through my molly and killed me and then just sat in it.
Oh, fuck. That was scary.
Turn around.
It was funny though, right? Oh my
Yeah.
god.
I think they're trying to rotate. Yeah, they're definitely trying to rotate. They're not
Spike
succeeding.
down A.
They're-
Last player
Fuck.
standing.
I
What did
wasn't.
this guy
I
say
wasn't
about sucking me off?
fast enough. What?
That's all I heard.
That's the only thing I heard from him. The only thing I heard from him was, unless you suck me off. And I was like,
That's all I heard.
sir,
I'm scared.
selective hearing.
Did you return off your voice chat?
Oh hell yeah, dude. That shit's so toxic to me. I get so upset very easily. Even if it's not directed at me, I get upset. I don't know why.
Okay,
called
so guys,
empathy?
I have my ult.
It's
If I
called
get
empathy.
if I get 1 kill, I'm gonna pop my ult instantly. Does not matter where I am.
Oh my god.
I didn't buy.
You didn't
Good job.
buy.
Ah, there's a jet here.
You're throwing. You're throwing. He's clearly throwing.
Report me
Help.
right now.
Oh my
I tried,
god,
I
what is
tried, I tried.
happening?
Down A.
Don't worry, I'll res you.
And I was like, baby, baby, baby. Oh.
Last player standing.
No,
What is this
fuck!
empathy
It would have been an
thing?
ace if I won that.
Damn, imagine not
Last
winning that
round
one.
in the half.
And I was like, baby, baby, baby. Oh.
You're a part of the team that lost, so I think you don't have to imagine.
No, I said losing the ace.
Yeah, yo.
Am I alone?
Yes.
No, no,
Mhm.
no,
As Red runs halfway across the map.
no,
Red left me?
no.
Imagine leaving me. Oh, you tried. I saw that.
I was so far away. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh,
I'm running
nuh-uh,
away. It's B. I'm
nuh-uh.
running.
Nuh-uh, nuh-uh.
Oh fuck, why do we go long way? Damn. Lando, relax. Wait for backup, man.
Who needs backup?
Down B.
Lando. Raina's below you.
Yeah, what's up? No, I killed
Raina-
two.
Raina was below you.
Yeah, but I killed
Oh,
two.
it's too slow.
They're not even on. They both went to the opposite side.
One enemy remaining.
Moose is clearly better.
Oh, yeah.
He's got this. Easy dub. Watch him get shot in the back.
Where is he going?
You can hear him.
Oh, yeah, I can't do that. I need to switch to my
Why does
headphones.
he have his knife out? What the fuck is bro doing?
Don't do it.
What the fuck is that doing there, bro? You just picked up a gun.
30
going
seconds
in,
left.
going in a fucking circle.
Oh god, it's not even.
Spike planted.
He doesn't have his TP. Oh, is he ulting?
Where'd he go?
What was that ult for? Bro saw a wall and that's it.
Oh, he was hella scared. It's okay, Moose.
Why did he ult?
I think he tried to do it so that it would
Switching sides.
make him look around? Maybe?
No, like he ulted, but he stared at a corner. Like, cause you can while the animation's happening, you can flick your camera around and it'll pop you out that way. You might not have known that though. That's fair. Never mind. You might be baby. The baby.
The baby?
The baby.
The little baby?
It's the
Wait,
baby.
I want ghost skin.
Buy it then.
I do the same thing out of force of habit. I trust Kimchi though. I don't know why I do it.
What?
Damn!
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait, what'd you say? I'm so
Nothing,
confused.
nothing.
Ah! I'm good, guys. Help! 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 Oh, I killed somebody. How the fuck?
I
Right,
watched you
nothing
get absolutely dinked. Don't heal him. Oh.
It's like
I
auto
did
for
not
me.
need that. Ah, I'm fucking lagging.
Fuck, Reina's behind.
He's a flanker.
Why is Spike down?
Spike down A.
Let the spike.
He's a flanker. They're actually both flank.
One enemy remaining.
Dead.
Open the door. Ready? Ready?
Yeah.
Ready for this? Are you ready for this? Banana pip pip. She wasn't expecting it. She wasn't expecting it.
You have,
Oh my
I
god,
got
that
4
was
kills there,
hilarious.
but
She wasn't expecting it.
Skin? Oh, wait.
I don't think she was.
Oh, well, what?
For what gun? Bro, you don't have a pistol. Buy a classic. Wait, here, let me buy you a classic.
Oh, sorry.
What?
I can't sell it. I can't sell it. I can't sell the classic.
Wait, wait,
What?
what?
Cancel to the crest. There we go. There you
I'm
Yeah,
so
true.
confused.
He
I
bought
bought
my.
the
He bought me a classic.
go. What do you mean? I bought bro the classic.
Sir,
Who's that?
What?
guy?
Sir.
What?
that was not where that was going.
What?
That was not the angular.
Oh my
hey,
god,
hey,
that's so
hey.
funny. I'm blocking the behind.
Oh, no
Hey,
one's there.
Kimchi.
Yes, this is
Ow,
me.
my fucking head! You blocked
Kimchi?
me off!
Kimchi.
I trusted you.
I have 47 HP, Kimchi.
Yeah. I got you. Did you just flash yourself?
There's a second angle. There's a second angle. Never mind. Almost got it.
No skins? Damn.
No, none of the enemy team has skins.
Forgot that I had Doom
Lazy.
for Minecraft
Yo,
installed.
it's this Spectre. It looks beautiful.
Fuck, I don't want this gun.
It's like spray paint that somebody shat out.
Dude, what did this spray paint?
Look at the gun.
They did something
Look
to
at
it.
the gun. Look.
Dude, what this cup?
Look. Do you not understand? I mean,
Whose
that's
flash is
pretty
that?
Mine. Ow, my
I actually don't
fucking
know.
head.
I don't know if it's breaches or he dead. Okay, two of them are
Ow,
outside.
ow, my fucking head.
I don't have heals, I'm sorry.
Kill.
What? I can't. Tough luck.
Just use your wall. Just wall my body.
Wait a minute.
Damn, my aim's hella off.
Ace. Oh my god. Kill yourself.
Hey! You can't say that, Brad!
I'm
Fuck!
sorry. I'm on stream. I forgot about that.
Ain't no way you're battling without me, Hoppin' Sen. Get in here.
Cynical?
Nuh-uh.
I was cynical once.
What?
What?
Horrible. That's horrible.
Wait, let me grab my
Go,
Discord
no,
up. It's
go in
not
the
even
corner.
up.
Get over there. Go in the corner. But get in the fucking corner.
Your younger brother's
Get in
putting you
the
on
corner.
timeout? Imagine?
Get in the corner.
Imagine.
We're the same age. Get
You're
in the
leaving?
corner.
Okay, for sure. Wait, you disconnected? You've got to be kidding. You put him in the corner and he disconnected.
Nah, that's fine. That was intentional.
Totally.
Plant.
Fuck. Give me a second.
Ow.
Don't die.
I can't. I'm dead. I can't. I dead.
Well, I can't see anything.
You're left.
Imagine
What?
not being here on time, Sin. Like, imagine.
Where's Bled? Bled.
Bread, come back.
No!
No, Bread. Are you
You have to
kidding?
win the last round in a 4v5.
Imagine being
How far away
Bread.
from you? How far away are you from your ult?
I need 3 kills.
Perfect. Grab the orb, and you only need 2. You got this.
Yeah, me. I got this. Okay, for sure.
Yeah.
We're gonna go see then.
Okay. Don't worry, I got your heals ready.
Yeah. Right here. Right here. Yeah. Trust.
Yeah, I got you.
Trust you.
Fuck, I tapped out on accident.
Stop doing that. He might accidentally kill me. I can't believe Bread left us like this. Not
Yo,
like
you seen my
this.
gun, buddy, on my gun. Have you
No?
seen the gun? My gun button? Have you seen?
Where
have you
is
seen the
it? Where is
gun?
it?
It's a W.
Wow, that means we have to. Oh, okay.
Ow! Ow! Just get 2 kills. Yeah. What's your flame?
Last player standing.
I mean, I wasn't wrong to tell you that, but it wasn't right either.
Why?
What was that sound? It just sounded like you swallowed the mic and burped. Like, please explain. I need an explanation.
You don't need
What the fuck
anything.
was that?
You don't
I
need
didn't ask
anything.
for ASMR.
What kind of ASMR is that? What the fuck kind
I
of weird?
don't know.
What?
ASMR is weird. I don't know.
Bread, where are you? Bread.
He's in game.
Bread.
Look, it says he's in game.
It doesn't say anything. Wait, why are we in game? Oh wait, no, we're not. I obviously don't know how to read. I don't know what you were expecting from this.
It's 2 words and 1 word. How did What?
Oh my god. Wait, hold on. Let me use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, well, wait. What happened? Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. Do you know why? Thank you for the detailed explanation. Also, I don't think Kimchi's stream can hear you, so I'm currently talking to myself. Oh yeah, no, yeah, definitely. No, they might actually be able to hear team chat. I don't know. So I'm just insane. Guys, don't worry. I just may or may not have voices in my head. You know, having a nice conversation right now. Don't say B word when I can't. They can't even hear you. This is just to me. Sorry. The voices were acting up. Oh, wait.
Oh. Yeah. You have to pull us in every time.
Just give Bled the Gwemin role and then give the Gwemin role the ability. Easy.
I don't want
Bled,
to
join me in the Gwemin squad. You can join
You
me.
physically
there.
give us the permissions to. You don't have to.
No. You need to be a part of the Gwemin squad.
Match found.
Forcibly give him the Gwemin. Yeah.
You need to figure another solution.
Oh.
Okay. Okay.
There's multiple grids now? Don't worry guys, I'll fill, and by that I mean I'm gonna play Cypher.
Don't worry, guys. I'll fill, and by that I mean I'll play KJ.
Do it. No, I dare you. Play KJ. Oh, that works too.
5-stack sentinel. 5-stack sentinel. 5-stack sentinel. 5-stack sentinel. 5-stack oh. 5-stack. 5-stack. Come on. Come on.
His name's Sensei. I need to know. His hashtag is taco.
Senpai, give us your wisdom.
His hashtag's fucking taco. He's Sensei Taco.
Of course, Kimchi's that first ever tagline be it. Says it on stream.
No, wait, it's all caps taco as well.
I know, yeah. Mine says all caps taco. Everyone in the stream, go friend him right now.
Oh
my eyes!
God. No,
My eyes!
I needed Sensei Taco's wisdom. Fuck. Fuck.
Add Sensei Taco.
I was gonna add Sensei Taco. Sleep. No, I had Fatoyas.
I had bread.
Yo, little bun, Brett, you have a child?
Wait, what? I have a child?
It's
Wait.
little bun.
Wait, I have a wait. Alt F4.
Play KJ, you won't.
I've done it before. I'll do it again.
You won't play KJ, you won't.
You're right. You're right. I won't.
My stream couldn't hear me.
Wait,
Wait.
son.
Wait. I got this.
What?
Give me 1 second.
What are you doing? I don't like what you're doing. I don't like where this is going.
Oh,
No, boo.
No, I messed it up. It's fine.
Leo, no, Leo, no. This is not the stream you raid me in, Leo. Stop. Leo, no. This is not the stream you raid me in, Leo.
Yes, Leo.
Leo.
Yeah, Leo.
Gee, bro, I'm new here.
I'm just saying hello to my son, okay?
My stream with
Oh my god, it's
21
Mr.
views.
Curry 711.
Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Leo, how's your stream? How's your stream, Leo? What do you do? What do you do? Thank you for the follow. Sorry.
Tell the bunny
Oh
to
shit, I'm on fire? You're crying? Why are you crying? Don't cry. Oh fuck. Lunar. I don't know what's going on. I can't hear it. I can't hear it.
No. Hey, go talk.
What were you guys doing? I'm gonna play my raid VOD. Here you go. Hold on. Oh my god, we have to go through the crowns again. First of all, how do I even know who's streaming right now? Leo? No!
I'm not saying you can commit fraud, but you can also commit fraud.
Ah! Oh, okay.
It's okay, chat. We're toxic, so you don't have to be.
Did it drown?
You drowned the chicken?
He drowned the
Oh, no,
chicken.
no. He's right there. He's right there.
Kimchi, you got this. Kimchi, you
You guys. No.
Oh,
Wake up. Wake up, you stupid bitch. What the fuck is happening right now? You guys are too crazy. I swear. Oh my god. Y'all just saw me lose. Thank you so much for the raid, Leo. If you need to go ahead and take a nap, lurk, whatever it is you need to do, please do it. Please do it for all of us. Enjoy. Thank you guys so much for the follow. Thank you, McNuggetson. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Kimchi crew. Oh my god. Teal the Bunny VT. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Leo, I'm playing. I'm back. I'm back. I'm sorry.
This is exactly why I abandoned him. This is exactly why. Alright, he's this much of a failure.
Thank you for following. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Kimchi crew.
She has no clue.
Aphrodite 1987 is now following.
No right to what? What did I miss?
Work.
You missed nothing.
That work? Light work?
Fuck.
Are you
On site.
serious?
Do one site. You can rotate.
Last player standing.
Never mind.
Spike down.
My guy got
Oh my god, I'm
obliterated.
fucking lagging, dude. Crazy. Crazy. That was crazy
It
once.
was crazy once. They locked me in a room.
A rubber room?
A rubber room with threats. The threats make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once.
Oh no, my
They
drink
locked me in a
tastes
room.
like water now.
Rubber room.
Oh, okay,
Unfortunate.
drop my gun.
Yeah, don't do that. Fred, bye. What are you doing? Don't throw.
Why are you panicking? You're throwing my son.
Why can't I panic?
Yo, Scott has a sauce skin, bro. That's like hot.
So are you.
What?
So am I.
Thank you.
I wonder how I wish that was in real life.
I hit Viper 50. My,
I'm lagging.
I need a screenshot of this.
I'm fucking lagging, bro.
Out of 10, my failure.
Brad, I need you to see my kill feed right now.
Can't use this yet.
Give me 1 second. I'll show you.
Are you DMing it to me?
Yes, give me 2 minutes. Just 1 sec. I need you to see this. I'm sorry. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever created. Look at my kill feed.
One enemy.
I didn't do anything.
It's all pre-round. 9 seconds, enemy blocked
Last
1.
round before the switch.
It's beautiful in every way, shape, and form.
What happened?
Here, I'll send it to you.
Oh gosh.
Kimpy.
This was
Kimpy.
my kill feed.
Kimpy.
That was my kill feed.
Kimchi, what's behind you?
Let me see.
What's behind you? Oh my god, Kimchi, what's behind you? Stop giving me the stupid
Recreating that.
flash.
Are you guys lagging too?
Nah,
Is
No.
it Val servers? Okay. Never mind.
my ping is lower than usual. If you consider the fact that you're streaming.
Oh,
broke
I
my
have it.
legs.
Sorry, I didn't know.
You broke your lights.
My legs.
Welcome to my world.
Oh no.
One enemy remaining.
Homicus was
Player standing.
Nice.
You're him, Lando, you're him. Don't let
That's
anyone
it.
tell you otherwise. No matter what your mother says about you.
What?
Switching sides.
Oh. Kim.
Guys, I got it set up. Don't worry. I've been watching so many TikToks. It's in my head now.
Sorry.
How do we TikTok?
My brain
Sorry,
could
sorry.
not. My brain could not for a second.
Kimchi, you know what it looked like on my screen?
What? What? Stop.
Bread. Can I have more of an elaboration, please, and thank you.
Wah, 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 wah.
I need more passion.
Wah, 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 wah.
Beautiful. Fucking beautiful. I don't think they're here at all.
Nope, they're gonna push here. Come back.
Ah, my
Come back.
eyes!
Come back.
My eyes! My eyes!
Come back.
Don't worry, guys. I'm on my way. Be there in 2 years.
Ah!
Oh my god, I swear I shot her in the face. There's no way.
If I promoted you twice, Kimchi. Your heal didn't do anything at all.
I saw that.
How much did you heal me for on your screen? How much did you
Spike down
heal
A.
me?
I don't know. There
It
was.
says it. On your feed. It says,
Wait, it does?
yeah, it
Don't
says
worry,
like
guys, I got
heals.
this.
Give him
21.
Feeling sight.
21. 21.
21. Can you do something for me? Can you talk to the ops next for me? 21.
Guys, like my live
Come on,
camera
my
feed.
failure.
I'm doing
Thank
so
you.
much now.
Dude, it was so fucking funny. You're just watching them. What is what?
Wait, I can recreate it. Wait, come here. I can show you what the fuck I did. Look at this. I did it from right here.
What the fuck? Yeah. I gotta jump for that. Let me jump for that.
Oh no, I'm forced to go here now. Fuck. It's fine. I have it set up. Don't worry. And by setup, I mean the most default piece of shit you've ever seen. Setup. Fuck. I didn't buy a gun, I just stayed with my ghost. This was probably a bad decision.
I
help, I'm
kept
lagging, holy
moving.
shit.
I need to stop. Moving. I have 2 kills. I don't even know how I
Oh.
have 2 kills actually.
Sorry guys, I'm here.
I hear your lag.
Yeah, I can tell. I had 1,000 ping when I said that.
I think this is
Wait,
breach.
why? What's
don't
going on?
I don't know. You tell me.
How do I tell you? How am I supposed to know?
That's fine. Yeah, you should.
Oh, okay.
No charges left.
I was setting it up perfectly.
Kimchi, I have my sights aimed on you right now.
Why me?
Can you
They're
see
here.
me?
Yeah?
Just checking. Why not you? Do you want me to threaten my son or Lando? Which one are you suggesting?
Oh my god, no, I can't focus.
I can. Huzzah!
Help me, please. I know where he is. What?
Nuh-uh.
He's running. He's going to the other side. Ah, what the fuck?
What?
That is not. I was checking, bro. I was checking. I had to make sure.
Check again, check again. Check
Oh,
again.
yeah. Oh, nothing's here, guys.
Stop. Oh no,
Are you
he's
sure
gonna
he's not
handle
there?
it.
No, I'm not. Oh, fuck. Can't be too soon, man.
Nowhere to run.
Wait. Peek the see-through thing. See thing. That thing.
Oh,
What the
so
hell?
close.
My aim, bro, is on point.
Bro, Wando.
My ultimate is ready.
Fuck!
No!
I was just barely out of range, so I just crouched, walked forward like an idiot. instead of
He
standing
shock
up.
darted himself.
He really did though. That was funny. Y'all so
Y'all so
dookie.
Wait,
dookie.
I got this.
Kimchi.
Mhm. Hmm?
POV. When you find my dog.
But that's a cat.
Close enough. He's the same color.
Oh.
I had to do it in caps.
I was gonna say something. But
Who's-
I was about to.
Who's next?
This is comp.
Your son got some good smack talk.
I trained him well. Unfortunately, he
He's
has
so
not been trained
bad.
in the way of the slursh.
Just
I did not
watching
train
as
him in that. I
Yoru
trained him to be a
walks
good
at the
person.
speed of fucking light.
We got killed
Why did
together.
he get
Me and
in front
Yoru
of him?
got
That was
this
so
again.
weird.
Everyone hiding.
I'm bald, help.
How did he headshot both of us? If my son was crouched and I wasn't.
Yeah, I don't like this, guys. I'm very scared.
Dead. Decoy.
One enemy remaining.
Aha!
Last player standing.
Fuck!
Oh
nades?
no. Yes, Leo.
Can we pass it? Can you
Sudden
throw anything to
death.
that?
What?
Hmm?
Oh wait, no, we're not full. Leo, you can join. I thought you said fun. It's cause it's partially cut off. I'm sorry. My chat's cut. Mm.
Why is this
He said I was trash, so I said I've been upgraded from Dookie.
level up?
What the 146? What the fuck?
Ex-pro player. Oh my god. So hurt. They're so hurt.
Oh, yours better. Oh fuck.
Kimchi, why are you glowing?
Guys, they're on B side.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit. Oops.
Where are you guys going?
Shh, relax.
Last player standing.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that from Little Bud's
Spike
POV.
planted.
Nowhere
Attackers
to run.
win.
Wow, they were so tickled. Leo, I can add you.
Bro, you
You're
gotta
not even
understand.
on.
No, nor Sin.
Yeah, Sin's not on. Sin's supposed to be on.
Neither of them are on.
How are you gonna ask to play and you're not even on? Okay. Well, what role do you guys want? Because I'm not giving you fucking staff because that has like unlimited everything. Yeah,
So what you're saying is we can server mute you?
Oh, there you are. Leo! Did you need an invite link to my Discord? Leo Fun?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Send it to you.
Oh,
Wow. Oh, that was
Oh,
loud.
thank you, bud. Needed that.
and I got it twice.
That was so fucking loud.
Oh, Joe said hi, Kimchi.
Oh, hello.
Easy Joe. Hey, him.
He's watching Fast X.
Oh.
Gonna leave.
Yeah, are we speaking in Morse code now?
Kimchi Wando language.
Nah, what the fuck, bro? Nah. Wait, Bud gave you that?
What?
Did Bud give you that?
Give what?
Why is no one's mic popping up for the fucking soundboard?
What? Can I duplicate this? Yeah, can I duplicate? No. Okay. Fuck.
You ever heard a million minnows falling all at once?
What role do I give you guys? I gotta name it. You guys are gonna be what color? I don't know. I don't know.
Sons and daughters.
What? Who's the daughter? I don't have any daughters.
Bread.
Oh shit. The fuck?
Get a rock, paper, scissors it for who's the daughter, Bread.
Wait, what?
I think it's you.
No,
I
rock,
don't
paper,
wanna
scissors. Rock, paper,
I don't
scissors.
want that guy.
No, but rock, paper, scissors.
But I haven't
No,
even
but rock, paper,
adopted Fred though.
Yeah, I'm not her child.
Yeah.
You to assume.
What?
Okay, so you do non-child. You put Bread in there and me, and I am ironic.
I like loaf.
Oh my god, okay. You're gonna be loaf.
Wait, hang on.
Bread,
no,
Bread,
make
pick
him a loafer.
Bread,
Wait, what's happening?
Bread, pick your own specific role. Cause he's gonna say Gwenwyn. What are you?
Thank you for the suggestion.
And what color?
Bread colored.
Bread color.
It's bread color.
I want you to.
brown.
I want you
Oh
to
my
take.
God.
I want you to take my profile picture and get the color tone of the bread inside of it.
Okay. Alright, I got you.
He wants Bread brown.
Yes, I want bread brown.
Fuck, I have to get a fucking color picker on it. Oh my god. This is a headache.
I can get a color picker. It's fine.
Oh wait, Leo, do you want to see my kill feed as Cypher? Wait, how do you show you this, Leo? It's beautiful. Wait, shit, I don't think we're friends.
Wow.
No, I can get it. I can get it.
Yep,
I can
never
get you for
never
it.
chatted to you. There, yep.
Dude, it's gonna be like like a that's
No,
good.
here, I
That's
got.
good.
No,
Okay.
I got you. I got you. I got
What's
you.
the
50
numbers?
DMs.
Oh,
There's
fuck.
the X code.
Oh my god. I have to exit out of
Amanda, what is
everything in
that?
order to do this. Okay.
I gave you the hex code.
Bro,
I know,
Give
I
me the
know, I
hex
know.
code.
I'm grabbing it.
those
Give me 1
ducks.
second.
Yo, what banner is that? Those ducks are fire.
No, that's our enemy Viper's banner. No, but the stuff below it, you see the pre-round.
Oh, that banner? I have that banner.
Okay.
I think I do. Do I have
it's
that banner?
an album reference, but I don't remember the album's name.
Happy Lane.
You what?
Yeah, and I understood every word
Yeah,
you just
there you
said
go.
there. What
There
the
you go.
fuck was that?
There you go.
All right. In
He's
order
on
to
his
check
way.
if this works or not, I have to kick you guys.
No.
Okay, okay.
Hold on. Let me finish though. Lando. Oh my
Bro, what is happening?
god. My ears.
I'm scared. I'm gonna be kicked.
Scared of what?
Brett has reported it did not work. You don't have your chat on, so you can't hear him.
Wait, did
Huh?
he leave?
Yes, he moved.
He's
Oh
in
my
stream,
god.
BC.
It did
Hold
not work.
on. No, I'm not done setting it up. I'm not done setting it up.
He already left the
Oh
track.
my god.
Boy, you're not being let in until it works.
Give me 1 second. I have to fucking edit all the fucking permissions myself. It's not like I have any mods here.
I know, it's amazing. Shouldn't have left. She didn't even have it set up yet.
And oh fuck. And then I did Gwem wins first. Hold on. Fuck my life. Give me 1 second, Brett. Hold on. I still have to set everything up.
I don't have the goal yet.
Brett, she didn't me first.
I know, and I dipped.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Here, look, I'll show you it works.
Oh wait, you have to leave.
Do it.
You have to, I can't prove that you didn't just go to 2Stream VC and then join this.
Oh, alright.
God damn it, you cheated.
Okay, I'm gonna let you guys move members too.
That's a
just about to
horrible
ask
thing to
you
get to
about
land on.
Okay,
I was
never
just
mind. I'm
about-
not giving it to you. I'm
Hey,
giving that to Brad.
What the f can I do with moving people? Please elaborate, bro. What the f can I do?
You
That's
can
true,
pull
that's a
them
good
in and
point.
out. You can pull them in and out.
The fuck? Don't say it like that.
Give
Why?
him the, I just removed his
Okay,
ability
Brad,
at the most
it's your
basic
turn. You can
command.
try.
The fuck? Pull them
Did
in
I
and
fuck it
out.
up? Did I fuck it? I fucked it up. Wait, Brad,
No,
did
I
I?
can't.
Oh, yeah, hold
I
on. No,
can't try.
hold on. I didn't give you the roll yet. Okay, try again.
Did you kick him?
Oh my god.
Is it working now?
Sin, where are you?
Brad, I need to know how you're also a melon? How is that a part of it?
Oh,
worry
go
about
to go to roles.
Gym access film notifies?
I get to watch movies.
How are you verified and unverified?
Oh, because I I forgot to
No,
make it
leave it.
remove it.
Leave it, leave
I
it,
forgot
leave
to make it remove it.
No,
No,
it is
leave it.
beautiful.
Leave it. It's much funnier
Oh
to
my
try.
god.
I
Fucking
need to know.
hell.
It's
I
much
need
funnier
to
this
know that
way.
Brett- I need to know that Brett is both verified and unverified.
I'm fucking
Simultaneously.
dead. I'm fucking dead. Why did I give you guys this much power? Hmm?
I'm a melon and a loaf at the same time.
Verified and unverified.
Hang on. I need to do
Wait,
something
no,
quick.
wait. Can
Wait,
you
are
can you
you- wait,
message
wait,
in
Brett,
chat real quick? Because I think
Brett,
it's
I
gonna
need-
be a certain color for your name. I think it's gonna be
Did
the
you
bread
just
color.
change your melon rule to crimson? What?
It won't let me pick all
Ah,
the rules.
damn with this! Ah, what the f- How are you
What?
doing-
Hang
how are
on.
you doing this?
Wait, type in chat.
I have 15 DMs from the bot because it's got mad at me.
15 DM.
What the
How
fuck are you
basil
doing?
now?
Oh my goodness.
Basil.
Which roles do I have?
Oh,
I forget.
you are loaf colored.
Yeah,
Thanks for the
Wait, does that mean-
Where
lurkatory.
the
Wait.
where am
Have
I?
a lovely
I'm not in the
lurk.
right server. Where am I?
Nuh-uh.
Oh, why am I dark?
Because that's what you wanted for Gwendolyn.
Yes. No, I love it. No, I love the
Okay.
color of
Okay.
red. It's beautiful.
There we go.
Oh
I'm
my
a melon
goodness.
again.
Okay, yeah, but you can't choose that color anymore because the loaf overrides it.
Yeah, but it says melon though.
Okay.
Right, Bird, I have a very important question. Are you a bread-shaped melon or a melon-shaped bread?
That's for me to know and for you to find out.
Oh Lord.
I'm gonna go with a melon-shaped bread. Not a gang? What?
What?
How did you obtain that?
Not it.
You didn't have a gang. You didn't have that before. What the fuck?
Well, I didn't have it initially, but then I was like, no, I'm just gonna collect them all. 'Cause I have notifications on anyway. So I was like, why not just kind of collect them all?
Oh my God, you're gonna
It's
get
like
hella
Pokemon.
notifications. I
It's like
know you
Pokemon.
think you know someone. Sin. What do you mean? We're like waiting.
Cynical.
But I think
Literally
Leo
waited for
has
you.
someone.
On standby if you don't
Yeah.
come back in the next 55 seconds.
Oh, he's here.
Exactly.
Hello. Hello.
Who's
No
here?
hablo inglés.
Oh. Sir?
¿Cómo estás?
Oh
No
shit.
hablo español.
Are you gonna
No,
add that
sir.
to the game?
No hablo
Hello?
English.
Hello.
Oh, hello? Tuli.
Hey, what's up?
Yo.
I had to make something to eat. I'm starving.
Cynical, no.
Hungry.
Valorant.
Sin. Why'd you
Well,
take so
bro,
long?
She
I
was
blame
destroying Korean
you.
barbecue.
I
She
blame
was
you,
destroying-
Sin. I blame you.
She was destroying Korean barbecue.
Too slow. Lost spot.
Yeah. You know, you can't win them all, but you got Korean barbecue, so like, who's actually winning here, bruh?
Just go over the speed limit. Simple solution.
Great.
What?
Yo, Bredius, bro, how did you get that duck? That's a fire duck.
It's an old one. It's like a.
He was
I
the
don't think
last
so.
battle pass.
You're not gonna
Yeah.
gaslight me.
Damn.
You're not gonna gaslight. I'm sorry, Sin. Sin, I love you.
Lies, deceit. Don't believe her.
Let's get a
Oh,
custom.
wait, guys, look at these
Let's get a custom.
users with
No.
non-PNGs.
All right, if Lando's not playing customs, then Sin, you can just take his spot.
Tuli, what was your name?
Yeah, I'm in. I'm just trying to get everything together.
Alright,
Why is my Valorant not making noise anymore?
my head.
Wando.
Yeah. I accidentally put 9 there, so it's yeah.
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 Yeah. New Year.
How am I so illiterate and literate at the same time? I need to know.
No, I think there's only one or the other, and I'm pretty sure it's one of them, not the other.
Nah, they take turns. They take turns. They take turns.
The brain cells on, off, on, off. Left,
Mhm.
right, left, right.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I gotta share with bread, so you know, it kind of like just passes back and forth.
Sorry.
Why did you throw up?
What? Is it that gross to share a brain cell?
No. It's my
the fuck?
drink. It was my drink.
I don't believe you.
It's watered down alcohol. It doesn't taste good.
Ooh,
Why
you're
are you drinking it then?
alcohol? You.
Oh my god.
This is going great. Been sitting in the lobby for like 15 minutes.
I know.
Doing
I'm
nothing.
I'm
Talking
cold.
about
I'm
Glennon
cold.
and loaf roll.
I'm cold now. What's going on?
Going to the practice, man. See you guys later.
Oh god. 10 hours later?
Ah!
It's
Oh.
not
I
making
saw that.
noise. It's still not making noise.
What's not?
What's
Oh
in
shit,
the
you heard
soundboard?
me.
Nothing.
Don't do that.
Nothing's making noise.
Nothing's making
It's your
noise?
soundboard. It's a soundboard. It's a
Hmm.
soundboard.
No, nothing. Discord's
It's a
not.
soundboard. Oh.
Leo,
so
where'd
you
your friend
can
go?
He said his freak.
He said his freak?
His
What?
right.
Oh, it's doing the thing where he has to like
his
download,
yeah,
restart.
he has to-
Oh,
yeah, he's
Sin,
taking care of
actually, you should probably try to see if you need to download and restart your shit because it did that to everybody here a few
Nuh-uh,
times.
Not to me.
All right, you know what? Some people can be better, and like that's fine. Like leave it at that. I'm sorry.
The brothers be better.
Oh my sheesh. I think I'm losing brain cells. I'm removing your Gremlin and.
We're actually vampires. We leech off of brain cells. Thank you.
The fuck? Nah. Weo.
Wait,
Weo. Hey,
Weo.
Weo.
Wait, what's going
Hey,
on right
it's
now?
Leonidas.
Weonitis?
Thanks, man.
It's Leonidas.
Weo.
Wait,
Weo.
okay, so we have Weonitis, we have Wando, we have Wisa, and then we have Wedius.
No.
No. But then I just come back.
Wando.
Wedius. Wisa.
No.
What if I need to?
And then we got
Sounds
Winthia.
strange. Yeah. At least she be winning though, huh? Winning.
Winthia.
I think I need to. Hang on. I might restart my computer again.
Okay, go ahead. Winthia.
Don't worry, we'll still be here in the lobby, Bread.
Yep. Don't worry about it. 10 hours. I don't have to go to sleep. That's fine.
I don't have school tomorrow.
Yeah, shut up. I got work. I don't fucking want to go to work. Shit. Win? Like win? That's all I do. Oh shit. Hop on.
Okay.
What?
Right now it's on.
No, you know?
Huh?
You know?
Yeah. Bye-bye. You gonna elaborate? You can't just leave me on the one. Can't just give me the start of the story and not the end. Where's the rest?
Lando, stop. I can't breathe. It hurts.
What was the rest of the story?
I can't breathe. I feel lightheaded. Oh my god.
How have I suffocated you with the fucking where is the rest of the story?
I'm crying.
She's dead. I killed her. Suffocated to death.
I'm crying.
How?
Because I can't breathe. Because
Oh.
I can't
Suggestion:
Now I know why.
open your lungs.
In your lung.
Everything is just falling apart. What is going on?
Why can't you? Why can't you breathe? What happened?
Don't worry about it, Brad.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second. I can't even. I can't see.
I literally didn't even do anything.
Okay. I'm okay.
Doesn't sound like it.
I'm fine. Okay.
Does this work now?
Hmm? Hmm?
Finally!
Ouch!
I hear
Oh,
it. Sorry.
ow.
That was so fucking loud.
Bruh. Stop
Finally, I
eating
can
your
hear
fucking
again.
mic.
I can hear it again.
Stop
It was actually on my
eating
chin.
the mic.
Actually, on my cheek, actually. It's right here.
Why would you talk on your mic like this?
Have a lovely lurk.
Thanks for the lurk, Jones.
You suddenly
Why
put
would
a
you-
napkin over your mic and you
Why
started
would
talking.
you talk like this?
Why would you talk
Why
like this?
would you
I wanna see.
talk like this?
I wish you had your camera
Mhm.
on so I could see what on earth it looked like for you to do that.
No, you don't want to see this mess right now. It's crazy.
Crazy?
What?
Crazy?
I was crazy once.
Oh. Wando says that now?
Yeah.
Mm,
What about it?
nothing. I didn't.
I like that Lando has 2 roles and I have like a dozen.
Dude, you have like
Who do I need to
14.
You're like halfway
Ooh.
there.
Oh, you can hit any of us. I mean, mine's the easiest because it's 222. That my tag is just 4 2s.
Hey, why do we not have Lando added?
Just type in Lando instead of the W, it's an L with hashtag 22222.
Nice, thank you.
To your career?
There
Oh
it
my
is,
god,
look
you're
at it.
Iron 3. Oh my god, you're Iron 3. What the hell?
I don't even know what
Yeah.
I am, to be completely honest.
What do you guys want to play? Win games easy, easy peasy. What does that sound like? Why am I kind of scared of
What?
what that sounds like?
Well, what sound was
You
it?
When I
should
talk like this?
keep
Oh,
talking.
it just sounds like you're slightly muffled.
Say ooh,
Oh.
I need a third one.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Clipped. Got him. Hang on.
Too surreal. Too surreal. We were all quiet too. It's perfect.
Hey, I know.
I
told you
question
God
marked that
ins-
one though.
I told you God ensures
It's
quiet.
another
whenever she
question
says
mark
ooh,
though.
ooh. Ooh,
It.
I need that one too.
Who did that one?
Leo.
Leo?
What? No.
Wait, no,
Leo?
sorry, it was 2.
Hold
It
on,
was-
I'm
it was
clipping that.
Tool.
I'm clipping
It was
that.
Tool.
I'm
What do you
clipping that.
mean?
It wasn't Leo.
Yo,
It wasn't Leo.
that wasn't me.
Oh. Damn. I thought I caught
wasn't
Leo
Leo.
doing it.
Right?
Man, let's just get customs. Because I think who would play? Oh no, they're watching a movie. Blah. Blah. Blah.
More example, please. Any more passion? What is it?
Stop. You're gonna make me not breathe again. You're gonna make me unalive. Please stop.
What do you mean? I didn't even do anything.
It was too funny. I couldn't.
How is it
Because we
too
were
funny?
talking nonsense and I have no idea what we were saying, but it was fun. Make it make sense. It doesn't.
I literally said straight nothing.
I know. I said straight nothing and it made me die laughing.
All I said was I needed the end of the story.
No, it's what happened before that.
What do you mean? What happened before that? The restatement of what you had previously said.
Yes, but you you said it word for word, but I didn't even know what I said, so it was
Bar for bar.
funnier.
My goodness.
So she said, "Wiki hunya hanya," and then I repeated that to her, and she laughed at it really hard.
Yeah,
Wiki nyamnya. Yeah, and I just repeated it.
Oh my god, stop. It's funnier when people repeat it. I don't know.
Accurate.
Stop. No.
She's just dying.
No.
Dying from random ass sounds.
Oh my god, there's too many.
Wait, who just did that?
Bread.
That's my favorite sound that I have.
Can you send me
It's
that
mine.
sound,
I'm
please?
honored. I'm honored, bro. I'm honored.
Can you send me that
Oh.
sound?
Okay,
Oh
I
my
can
God.
send that to you. It's called Lando, capital L.
Or press play, right? Oh, Orlando, get out!
Maybe.
Lando, leave the range.
I was gonna. I'm being blinded by the sun. Help! Fuck.
What does that mean?
He flashed himself.
White. My
Oh.
screen was
Valorant.
white.
Valorant. Destroyed his eyesight.
Bro, my eyesight's already too bad. I'd be seeing blurry from 20 feet away in Valorant too.
Match found.
Let's get it.
It was low key poggers.
Tell me more.
Tell me more. Tell me more. Did you get very far?
No. No, I didn't.
I DM'd you something.
I am both shield and sword.
Yay!
Don't you
Oh
forget
my
about
god.
me.
It's so much louder when you just have it.
Oh god, we actually need a smoke. Fuck.
Yes.
Clipping that.
Not
Yeah, I'm
everything
playing
is a
Astra, I got
fucking
this.
clip, man.
Everything's a clip if you try hard enough.
I have a clip of me saying my son is a disappointment.
We are against cheeseburger and waffle.
Oh shit, we're gonna die.
Baba Ganoush.
Boba Ganoush.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, Baba Ganoush. Oh shoot.
Was that the first time? Oh, Baba Ganoush is a bot though. It says so in his tag. Okay, why is everyone here 2, 2, and 3? That's the enemy team's levels. 2, 2, and 3.
Probably because of me.
That's fair.
I don't play this game often, man. This isn't.
Yeah,
Shooters are easy. Shooters are easy.
Wait, oh fuck, I can't see how loud
I
that
don't know
was.
why I'm not loaded in yet.
Was that
I
loud?
had to update.
Nah,
too.
somebody's got a potato, don't worry.
No, it's not. I don't have a potato.
You're
I had to
insane.
update as well.
Oh,
So I think it has to load.
It's Winthia. Oh shoot.
I think it has to
Oh,
load.
so you're telling me you have a toaster?
What's the win?
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean toaster?
I'm streaming as well. At the same time,
Brad,
so-
don't worry, Brad. It's not for you. It's for the
I was like,
computer.
pick me, choose me.
It's Winthia.
You
Oh,
here.
shoot.
Load in. Please load in. Please load in.
It's so
Please
I'm
load in.
just now realizing the Sova's name is Bill Cosby.
Wait, Lando,
What?
go to my channel points real quick.
Hi. Yeah, what's that?
Look for something.
Hang on, wait.
Uh,
Oh no!
strawberry?
Yes! Yeah!
Can you-
Here we go. We're in.
Fire punching.
Is it too loud?
Head patch, but I don't see it.
Is it too loud?
No, it's perfect.
Okay.
Oh, window. Here, let me unmute your stream.
Gun. Bread.
Place.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing?
Kimchi?
Where are you?
So Winthia.
Oh my
Hi,
god.
Leo, Wando, Wisa.
Oh
You
god.
failure of a child! This is why I abandoned you in the first place!
What? That's
What?
wild.
Yeah.
Who got abandoned?
My son.
I'm the only one. See? Hello?
Nuh-uh.
See, if I was there, I wouldn't have left you see by yourself.
Oh damn. Fucking stop.
Up top.
There's like 3A.
I'm lagging. Why the fuck am I lagging so much today?
Then wouldn't you want to say that there's triple A?
Killed one.
Lame.
I prefer AA.
Oh, stop.
USAA.
Under. Nice.
Oh my gosh, my reaction time is so slow.
I hit him twice. Under.
One
Under
enemy
you.
remaining.
Got
Sin
him.
it might.
Nice.
Oh my god, I'm lagging. What the fuck? Who's making me lag this hard? Husband, are you watching something in fucking 4K again?
Ah, freak. He's in the corner.
I believe in you guys. I believe in you guys.
That's all three at the same time.
I heard. Wait, what?
We're actually chilling. We're fine.
Uh-huh.
Leave. This guy right here, catch him.
Bro, Tuli,
I'm
that's
gonna
a
hit
fire,
him.
a fire gun skin, bro.
No, this isn't me, fam. This isn't me.
Oh, god damn.
This isn't me. I ain't got no skin.
Alright, that's enough. That's enough, bread.
Okay.
Holy. What is that?
He's falling.
That's enough.
It's Cynthia. When did you change your name?
I
didn't
changed
change
it.
She changed it.
Oh. Change it to Nicole.
No.
That's
Damn.
lame.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn.
Sometimes I forget that there are people named Cynthia, or named Cindy, or whatever that this username would have been a good.
Yo, on
pun for.
A.
And you stole it from them.
Yeah, it's alright.
That's
They're
funnier this
losers.
way. Because
I'm
people are gonna
okie
think your name
doke.
is Cynthia or something like that, despite the fact that your name is in the
It's what?
the fact that your name is in the username. In
Oh, yeah,
Cynthia,
yeah.
it's not. But then again, it's like naming yourself like something banana after having the name Banana or Anna. It's too easy.
Oh, true. Yeah. Everybody's not built like me, and that's okay.
Damn.
Like Savannah, Anna, or Hannah Banana.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, it's hard to find a name that isn't rhymed with already when you have a name with Anna in it.
Banana.
Everybody picks.
I think we're
banana.
chilling, right? Yeah. Fine. I'm leaving. No defuse.
I'm leaving.
What?
We're on.
Why?
We're on
Why?
defense.
What? Why didn't we defeat? Oh my
Wait,
god. I'm so confused.
Wait, what just happened?
Guys, I've been muted this whole time. I'm a fucking idiot, but I was screaming at you guys to defuse the bomb because we're on defense and nobody was listening to me because I was muted. I was so confused why nobody was fucking defusing
I
the
was
bomb.
dead.
the
I-
hardest
Classic
place right
Wando.
now.
Classic Wando.
In my defense, I was dead.
No,
In my
Leo, I don't
defense,
blame
I
you
was
at all.
watching.
Every time that we've tried, you've at least attempted to defuse the bomb. No one else has.
I'm not on
That makes
site.
me sick.
I'm sorry, I failed.
I was there, I
Hey,
wouldn't have
That's a
failed.
C. That's a C. That's a C.
On the
Okay.
way.
oh, you opened up the sky. I mean, I'll give you that.
Open
They need to
up
buff
the
that ult though.
pod.
Spike down. C.
I already
Open
killed
up
two. I have Spike.
Open up their
Fuck.
sky.
They're both back there, rotating. Nice.
Oh,
Bro, Phantom goaded.
Bro,
Last
Go to
round
Phantom.
in the half.
Phantom goaded.
get some
We
food.
didn't want to do the spike because we wanted kills, you know? Mhm.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's why we left one alive every
Yeah,
time.
Yeah.
Imagine how confused the enemy team is.
Yeah, I bet.
Strats, pro strats.
Nah.
Ouch,
Gonna get in
bread,
their head.
bread.
Who
Oh
is-
my
who is
god.
Did the mic taste good, bread?
That's a good
I'm
one,
actually
Wando.
I'm actually smelling it. Wando.
They're A again.
Wova.
They're A again. They're A again.
They realize that
they're-
they realize we cannot defuse while it's on A.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah. They were like, what the fuck are these kids doing?
die, bro! What the?
Spike planted.
I'm on the way.
That Reyna disappeared faster than my
I'm
dad.
on
Holy
top.
shit.
Stop. Bread.
Sorry, faster than I did. For my kid.
You have a kid?
We actually, yeah, did you not see me in the
One right
game?
here. One right here. On my ping.
I got you, I
He
got you, I
missed
got you.
entirely.
Oh my god, pro move.
That was a terrible,
Damn,
terrible.
One's
terrible.
one's underneath. One's right
Flash back.
Right.
That's
Flashing
terrible.
out.
Nice.
Last player
Fuck.
standing. One enemy remaining.
Oh
Back
my
to the
god,
sewers,
baby,
sewers.
God, bro.
Left side, behind that
My
box.
aim is so low.
Ah.
I was down there. That's why it was low. Don't judge me.
No, I'm saying my aim is so low, bro. Calm down.
Oh,
Sides.
that's
So
your judgment.
defensive.
But
I'm going
Like,
full
I know
smoke.
it's low.
I'm
Alright.
going full smoke.
What?
Your
Bravo.
aim is widowy to low.
What?
Oh,
What?
cool. Okay. Kimmy.
What?
Kimmy?
What?
Check your feet. I've dropped it for you every time. You
You're
just sit there spamming
sorry.
my button.
Yo!
Sorry.
Are we going B? We going A? What are we going? Help! Help! A it is.
My eyes.
Eyes.
Bald. Bald.
Bald.
Mid.
Bald.
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 Bro, how does people,
Lando's
how do people
alone.
hit anything in the range on hard mode? This shit is impossible.
I don't
Bro,
know. I have it on
come on,
medium.
You gotta
One
give me
down.
that.
Those little red guys.
Back left.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you, Kimchi.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Kimpy.
One dead mid.
You never answered. You want Kimmy?
Going heaven. One
All of them, all of them, all of them. All of them.
Okay. Alright.
One heaven.
They're
One heaven.
here.
Sage heaven. Sage heaven.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, she didn't. She came back.
Oh, shit.
Nice, Fred. Did you just
Hey.
run at them?
Hey, can I get it? Can I get a? Hey, can I get a heal, please? Please.
You have to be.
Wait,
Wait. Let's push B. Let's push
It's
B.
my
I have good
favorite
smokes. I have good smokes.
You have to what?
Oh, okay.
Hard.
Do this. No. What? No. What?
What?
I have to do
Have
this
good
every
smokes.
time. It's my nickname for you now.
What? No.
Yo, that gecko thingy is fire.
I'm going B.
You already see something even more fun? Oh.
Fiddle. Ah! Help! My mouse has stopped responding. I can't put my smokes down. What the fuck?
Rain along. She's one.
Your
though.
mouse? Have you tried feeding him properly? What is that smoke?
It's a good one. You push into it and then push left, right, and left.
Oh god, I put you on one
no,
side.
Oh my god. You isolated me.
Spike down.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. It's okay.
Yeah, and I also isolated the two on site and killed them both. Now shush.
It's okay.
Not to brag, but I got 4 on hard
Player
mode.
standing.
Not to brag.
What do we hit for?
Yeah, Nano's built different.
Molly. Stim beacon down.
One enemy remaining.
They call him Wando for a reason.
Lando's cracked.
Oh my god.
Damn, bro.
No! I should have mollied there. I thought they were coming flank.
They call him Wando for a reason.
Damn.
Mhm.
Match
And sure,
That's
it's
got
why they
5
call me
that time.
Lando. You gotta switch the name for when I lose. It's Lando for when I lose, Wando for when I win.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
I'm dead too.
No, you mean you were dead. You're back alive. You know you respawn, right?
Uh-huh.
My smokes are god tier, bro. You don't know what I'm talking about. I mean, I keep winning with them.
I wonder if you're able to die pre-round.
Pre-round? The fucking no.
Like by
No,
jumping.
you're
I wonder
not.
if it's possible.
It's not.
What do you mean it's not?
It's not. Fuck. Phantom on my body if somebody needs it.
Spike down mid.
6 on hard mode.
What
I'm
about
proud
me?
of you, Sin.
Thanks.
about me?
Sib. Thanks, Sib.
Player standing.
That is no way to address
to
Sir
jail.
Radius.
My deepest gratitude, Sir Radius.
No. Why did
Tis an
three of
honor.
us- No. Please explain why 3 of us peak garage know you two.
Okay, wait. Go into custom real quick. I need to test something. I need to prove Lando wrong.
Are we doing a custom?
What do you mean? Prove me wrong.
No, not yet. Unless Cynical's gonna join.
I'm ready.
Yeah, let's
I'm in
go.
the range.
Let's go. Come join us. We'll do
A 3v3.
I've
What do
been in
you
the
mean, my
range.
This is not
Fred, What
fair.
are you trying to prove?
I want to
Ready?
kill myself pre-round. I want
I've
to
been
do my
wanting-
jump.
Kill
Wait,
yourself.
wait. Can I give
Holy shit.
Red your lead?
Why? Pick a map.
You pick.
Fine.
That's why I didn't want to be lead.
Fine.
Haven.
Fine.
Vine?
Eeny, miny,
Haven.
mo.
It was just the
Catch
first
a
one that came to
tiger.
mind.
Oh
it's
wait,
the-
we're in
the
a
hog,
U.S.
let it
North
Eeny,
California server. Why?
Oh,
Um,
that's probably why I'm at 100
I'm
pings.
so
we
fucking
go.
sorry.
That's terrible.
Oh my
terrible.
god.
Sin.
I'm the only one who lives here.
you have better ping than me in Texas servers.
Hey, what can I, bro? Well, literally, when we play on the Georgia servers, I have 1 ping, bro.
Wait,
One.
What?
Literally 1 ping.
Leo.
Yeah, what's up?
The little squirtles.
Cynical, who are you?
Don't worry, I literally am on top of the server. Don't even worry.
She is the server. She is the server.
We have 1 ping on Georgia and have
She's the
11
fucking
on North
server,
Virginia.
dude. She's the
19 on
server.
Illinois, Texas. If you translocate that, it does not line up.
It doesn't make any sense, and you know what? I'm okay with it.
Fine, you know, we're going to
Connection to the same Wi-Fi.
We're going to
as
the worst
server.
one. This is the worst one.
Hey,
This is
man.
This is the worst. Why do they have an Oregon and North California server?
Because we need them. Why are we in
Bro.
West?
Do East,
How do I
please.
still have better ping
Bro,
than
please, Illinois, please.
Please
It's like
do
the center,
East.
please.
This is the neutral server.
Thank you.
Oh no, that's not the right one.
I live
Fuck.
in Georgia too. Do East.
Cynical, get back here in here.
I got you all the time.
Was this
Wait.
auto balance?
This is auto balance.
Ah, perfect.
This
No, I
is
agree.
Oh wait, it just changed. I was on. Wait, you
Yeah, because we
auto
auto
now?
balanced.
Yeah, we flipped
What if I
entirely.
do this?
Oh, it's cheating. I'm gonna put
Get
you
back over there.
You guys wanna
No,
play?
wait.
Fine, we
Oh,
can
we're
play.
not gonna put you in a 2v4.
I was joking. I was joking.
Don't play with me.
Wait, Cynical and Tools, get over here.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay.
1v5, Kimchi, you got this?
Go Leo,
Wait,
go
what?
Leo, go.
¿Qué pasó?
Okay,
What's
Kimchi.
happening? Huh?
Kimchi, what's going on?
Okay, let's go.
Let's do it.
No, you wanna play with us, Kimchi? Come here.
I wanted to play with you guys, but Leo
Okay,
won't go
Leo.
over
Leo,
there.
give me this. Leo.
Wow, she doesn't
Go.
want to play with us, Leo.
I'm here. I'm what?
Get on the
She's
other
gonna
side.
fucking press.
Other side. How do I do that?
Just click the little
Click.
arrow.
Click on red.
Plus
What
play.
arrow?
Click on
Click
red.
the red arrow. Click on the red arrow.
Where is
Click
that?
the red arrow. In the play
Where?
screen. Click the red arrow.
Oh
I'm so
my
confused.
god, he's freaking
Click
out.
play.
Okay.
Alright, just start it. Just start it. Just
Oh,
start it.
my
Fuck.
bad. Oh, I'm here. What do you mean?
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Perfect.
man.
Oh, ah, ah, ah. There we go. Start it.
There we
We're ready.
go.
We're ready.
It's fine.
Wow.
This is fine. This is fine.
You know what? We're gonna body you.
Yes,
alright.
please do. I mean, what?
Okay, rest.
What?
You know what I gotta do.
What?
Say less.
See, we're already starting the smack talk. What the fuck is this?
Monsters
I'm
on the
sorry. I'm
loose.
sorry. I'll stop.
Okay. Cause we're Rio, Cynthia,
Yeah.
we're Winthia, Weo, and Woolith. We got this.
Yeah.
Yeah, get him
Yeah.
out of here. Square. Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Yeah,
Square.
Lando's going down.
Put him in AFK.
I'm trash, so you guys are probably gonna win.
Put him in AFK. Get him out of here. Separate for goal.
Are we splitting
Scram.
comms or just doing whatever?
Hey,
Split comms. Split comms.
scrant.
Wait, you guys want to
We need a
split?
separate Discord. Yeah, we need a
Or
separate
just
Discord.
tactically
Okay,
call
hold
out
on.
your moves
Give
and
me
then
1
do
second.
a different move. You don't actually do that
Give me a
move yet.
second. I'm tabbed out.
Alright, bet.
Wait, I need to prove Lando wrong. Proving Lando wrong. This is me proving Lando wrong. What did
Oh,
you
you're just
move
gonna
them?
do the kill
Did you
option?
just move them into like oblivion? What happened?
Are you killing me?
No,
By
you
the
can't see
fucking
them.
Haven drop? I don't think I genuinely don't believe you're able to die in the pre-round. I think it'll leave you at 1 HP no matter how hard you try. Speed up what you're doing. This is stupid. What health are you at right now?
What
You're
are
not
you
fast enough.
doing?
You're not fast enough.
They're here.
Enemy spotted cutting through. Reloading.
They're trying to go see.
Reloading.
Spike down.
Spike's
Attacker
here.
spawn.
Hey, Kimchi, look behind you.
What? Behind me?
that wasn't even fucking behind
One
you.
enemy remaining.
What?
I teleported behind you.
Oh.
Red, go knife him. You got this.
Spikes in
I
attacker
believe.
spawn. I'm out of here.
Go get him, Brad.
Damn, you're not gonna even peek with him?
Last player standing.
55? They're gonna be so confused as to how I got one tapped.
Portal closed.
Fuck, I was gonna use that. Bro, where is he?
30 seconds left.
Oh my gosh.
Lucky bastard. Sorry guys, now I have flashes.
I'm a
To
block.
flash you
I'm a
guys.
block mid.
Stop trying, Brett.
What are
not
you
fast
doing?
enough. It's not possible, dude. You're not fast enough.
Why not? Why isn't it
You're
possible?
literally playing Neon and you're not fast enough. Give up.
I could have been. If it was round 1 again.
What? Kimchi, I think they can pass through the left side of your wall there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I won that. I found. I have spike.
What happened?
I have spike. I have spike, guys. I have spike. Come over here, please.
For you.
Don't worry about fake me. Did you shoot at?
Yeah. You're scaling me.
They're not there.
Time to jump.
I'm gonna teleport behind you. I don't think I could teleport because you're standing. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hi. Bro, where is he?
Flawless.
Oh my god, you're so dead. I think I healed you twice.
I healed him. I was at
I think I
47
healed you
health.
twice. Pretty sure I healed you twice.
I was sitting at 47 that whole time. You didn't heal. You didn't even heal me at the end. You healed Brett. What the
I
fuck?
guess you know
He
who
was
the
like
favorite
2.
non-child is.
Oh my god. You're the only non-child. What the fuck?
Exactly. No, he's the favorite non-child.
Wait. Kimchi?
Hmm?
Are they screen peeking?
What?
Are they screen peeking?
Yeah, they can see your stream.
Oh, probably.
Because they immediately flicked on me for no reason. You're definitely cheating.
No, she has her map covered. The garage.
Is she? Where's she though? Oh. No, they're not.
One enemy remaining.
No, they're not.
Spike down mid.
No.
No, I want to
Get him,
kill.
Get him!
Okay, get the kill.
No! Oh, hey, Brett, you had a gun. Thank you.
I did have it, yeah.
Reload.
Last round before the switch.
I used it to re-kill you.
No charges left.
I have $8,000, guys. I'm gonna hit max credits. I need to buy something.
I have my ult. I'm gonna hit max credits. Need to buy someone?
What the fuck?
Someone get this.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got you.
I dropped mine on the
Everybody's-
floor.
Weapon
Like, pop some heads and pop some beds.
Buy a Phantom, put that on the floor too. You can switch.
Oh, fuck. Oh, my wall's okay. Oh, shit.
Wait, guys, I have my ult.
One enemy remaining.
Wait,
Brett?
Yeah.
wait.
Are you
wait,
okay?
Wait,
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
what's up, bro?
Switching sides.
Am I okay? Why?
Oh, you know, I just. I
You
shoot
just
enough.
No.
So should I
destroyed
fake
everyone.
clone this first part, or do you think they'll shoot
I'm
it?
good at showing people.
Wait, sorry, I gotta send the clone first.
Hey,
round,
we're gonna
right?
go.
And
We're
then
gonna
second
go
round, I
this
fake
way,
it.
this way, this way, this way, this way.
Okay, and
what
I'm
if
gonna
we
send
go
my clone
this way,
down.
this way, but a little bit faster.
No, but like I'm
You
gonna
wanna
send my
go
clone
that
this way, and then I'm gonna follow
What
this
if we go
way, and then
faster?
I'm gonna go like
That way faster or this way faster? Or that way?
Why don't we go this
Or
way?
this
No,
way.
Kimchi, you go this way towards sewers, and then I'll go this
What
way
if we-
to that one, and then
we
I'll
keep
go
going-
right here, and then you end up over
I
here.
lost ping
Well,
privileges.
wait. Someone needs to go in front of me.
Yeah, Brett's got it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Brad,
huh?
Brad, you go straight. follow you.
One seven. There's no one else.
Wait,
here
I'm
for that.
blocking. Oh, that was a bad block. I'm sorry. I'm bad.
Nuh-uh.
Actually good for me because I can teleport past the wall.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I didn't even hit that person. What the fuck you mean? Thank you.
I thought you did. It gave me the confidence boost.
Not one, bro. Not one.
And the morale boost.
I did not hit him one. Either flank. Yep.
One enemy remaining.
We got a heaven guy. By the send to God, I will send you to Jesus.
Flawless.
Oh, dude, that's pretty. Look,
Ooh, it looks pretty nice.
It's pretty. It's pretty. These teams were very fair, clearly.
Oh, yes, this is. I wonder why it was auto balanced.
Guys, Cynical doesn't even have a kill.
I feel bad. This is your warm up game.
So yeah, warm
That's
up,
her warm-up game, bro.
Yeah. Sorry. Facts. My bad. So I'm gonna fake clone with my clone, you know? Because that's what pro gamers do. It worked! It fucking worked! Why did it
She
work?
stunned herself.
Someone help, like I can't eat. Dead. I killed them. We're good.
Have a lovely lurk.
Thank you for the leg, Panda. Goshi.
The dirty panda?
No. Goshi.
Oh.
It's Goshi.
Red panda.
Mm-hmm.
They're all heaven. They're about to drop. Hey, watch this. I just blinded them, so they're not gonna jump yet.
Enemy A.
Reloading.
No!
Yes! I knifed Sin! I knifed Sin! I knifed Sin! I fucking knifed Sin!
Not for me to settle.
I knifed.
She a devil. She a bad though.
Oh,
She a
sorry.
rebel.
Oh,
Was I singing? My bad.
In the end game there, I was able to knife Sin.
Welcome back.
I'm gonna say
What was it?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
we let you guys win.
Holy
We let you
fuck,
guys
what
win, by the way.
fuck?
Alright.
Cynical, I'm so sorry.
Alright, press auto.
We let you guys win, by the way.
Auto. Okay, let's go.
I'm so sorry, Cynical.
Let's go. I'm sending you guys over the wall.
Error cannot start game.
Is this our new team?
Wait, are we playing the same
Holy-
map?
What the
Wait,
fuck
what?
Is this? What is this?
Same map?
Okay, alright, we gotta turn up. Let's go, ladies.
We got this.
Yo.
Turning my music down.
Not the same kind of idea. We all need to, stay together and just hope. Because they're gonna come at us.
They know how I play though, so it sucks. Because I play with them a lot, so they know exactly how I play.
It's fine. I just wish we weren't playing the same map.
I know, right?
What is this one? Haven? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. I mean, I like this map with a team, but like with a full team with like 3 people, it's like
Yeah, it's pretty hard.
I don't think we should push there. It's kind of like raps.
You don't want to?
Either like push mid and like hope to get a peek, or like I don't know. You guys can like lurk between the two. Cause like they pushed us super hard off A, and like would wrap around and just like sit window. At least that Neon will. He's just gonna push. He doesn't care. Just be ready for him. On middle with bomb. I don't want to push too far. I'm with you. He's pushing through middle door.
Oh, I missed that many shots.
Message sent.
I'm watching door. He's hit like twice. Careful behind Neon.
One enemy remaining.
Got you.
Good word. Good fucking word.
Good word.
I didn't even see anybody. Good shit.
Let's see. Which way do you guys want to go?
I'm trying to think.
I don't care.
It doesn't matter, probably. Oh my god, that's awkward.
Headshot.
Good work.
Sweet wants to join.
I think that hit
Neon
him.
wall.
Behind.
No, no way.
One enemy remaining.
I was about to say, he's like,
Let's fucking go. We don't even need a plant.
we
Or
won
they're gonna
because
buy.
we
They're
were
gonna
both.
full buy this round. It's kind of like areas working, I guess.
We should do 1C. I can go see.
Do you want to go or me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit, I tabbed out.
Watching mid again. He's there, Brimstone. Take mid. I'm gonna push towards you. Watch your middle.
Behind.
Neon.
Spike down. Attacker
Spawn.
spawn. Last player standing.
Fuck.
Wow.
Tis okay.
Last round in the half.
Alright, Kimchi, you gotta turn up right here, alright? Take it home.
Sin, do the legendary
it
Val
Before-
player
before
moves.
halftime, We need some
Legendary
plays right
Val
here.
player moves. I'm literally so cold. I haven't played in days.
I'm gonna bot left, look mid.
Don't bonk me, Lumi. Oh my god, I hit him 80. Oh my god, I hit him 80.
I got him.
I'm pushing towards you.
One enemy remaining.
Spike's here.
One probably behind soon. Brimstone. Yep. He's low.
Sorry, watch out for that. I didn't know you were gonna.
Last player standing.
No way. He's been hit.
Have a lovely lurk.
Oh my god, let's go, Sin.
Told you guys I was just cold.
Before halftime, let's go. Turn up.
Switching sides.
Turn up season.
Turn up season. I told you guys I was cold.
Sweet, we can invite you, but like after this round. Or we have like 2 more to win, so. I'm gonna wall C. Or should I wall C or garage?
I say just wall C, and then we
Okay.
can watch A and B.
Okay.
I'm gonna push through.
Are you
Not
gonna
all the
push
way.
through?
Not all the way. I'm gonna stand like on the left side of the door.
Illumi, how are you doing?
Yeah, they're here. They're here. They're here. They're here. They're coming.
I
They're
hear
crouched up.
footsteps.
Yep, they're crouched up. Ew, word. Is there another? There for you? I didn't see anybody. I'm pushing through.
Nobody's here.
He didn't have spike.
Are they on B?
They'd have
sure.
to be.
Spike planted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They broke through my
It's
wall.
C. It's C. It's
Yeah, they
C.
broke through my wall. Sin, if you come here, I can heal you. Let's wait. I'm gonna
Okay.
heal Sin first.
I'm coming. I'm coming. Picked up a cool ghost.
Healing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
He's coming on me right now. I'm gonna have to kill him.
He's what?
That's
He's
wild.
right here. Left. Left. Left.
No,
Left.
no,
Left.
no,
Left.
no, 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 no.
Did you get him?
Nope.
Here. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
We didn't get it.
Run. Oh no,
Yeah,
you're so
pause. My
close.
fucking fault. I didn't mean to say that. I was locked in.
Wait, what? No, I was
That's it.
literally joking. I was joking with you.
I said pause. Yeah.
No, your pause
That was
was too late.
hella
It doesn't
fucking
count.
funny.
I was locked
Not
in.
gonna
I was
lie.
just
He's
trying
what
to
on you?
make
He's
it
what
weird
on
in
you?
the
He's what
moment.
on you?
Alright.
Alright, I'm blocking B. I'm blocking mid.
I'll take C. He's what on you?
We should all
I'm
stay
sorry.
B. I think we should all stay B and wait till they plant A or C. I think that's gonna be the best move so none of us die. I'm
So
walling.
should I?
Yeah, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
go
Just
out
stay
for
with
now.
us. Stay with us.
Am I okay here though?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Should be good. Where's smokes at? Is it C?
It's in the garage. Yeah.
Okay. Wait for them to come out then.
They're all here. They're all here. I got one. I got one. Every time he smokes, I just go into the smoke and shoot him.
They're hurt really bad.
Last player standing.
Oh my god, what is
Spike
this
planted.
kid's shot?
One enemy remaining.
Left, 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 left.
Oh,
Good try.
GG. NT. I feel so bad because
Brad.
Lando, I keep bullying him in his own smoke, and it's so funny.
Yeah, but like, good thing you are too because he knifed you and he was like so happy about it. I was like, bro, you literally knifed Sin. Why would you do that? He was like, I'm sorry,
you
I'm
know what?
sorry.
And you know what? I shot him in his own smoke twice,
Oh shit.
and I'm gonna keep doing that shit.
It's A.
Alright, let's go.
Say,
I feel it.
you feel it,
You feel it in your plums?
plums.
Bro.
Oh, they broke your wall and.
Alright, let's go back.
Ah!
Enemy remaining.
It's just me killing
Spike
Leo.
down B.
Here we go.
GG.
Match
Good
point.
shit.
Oh,
I'm
Stress.
getting straight carried.
I'm
Holy
stressed.
shit.
Oh
Guys,
shit!
look at my
Sin?
turnaround from last game. Look at my
Nah,
turnaround
oh my
from
god,
last
yeah,
game.
you warm.
I am
You
I'm
little
warming up, I'm warming
warm.
up.
Holy fuck.
Ladies be doing it, I'm saying.
Y'all
Y'all
Sin's my
nasty
duo.
as shit.
I just be doing stuff to do it.
Alright, here we go. Wall. Yeah, mid.
Alright, they just wall garage or
Oh,
smoke
for you.
garage.
Watching for you.
Lots of.
I hear right. I got you. On right, he's gonna push through.
They're mad as hell. They hate me in here.
Oh my god. What the hell is that? Neon?
They do not like me playing around in their smoke.
Kill
There's
Neon?
Spike planted.
With you.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate is
I'm gonna push right. Hold left. Don't see anything.
Prepare for hellfire.
No.
He's right here.
No!
Dead. I got
Oh
him.
my god. Oh, that was so stressful.
We're good. Everybody relax. We're good.
Y'all don't want to party for himself soon.
Good job, guys.
GG,
Yo.
What's up, guys?
Y'all didn't want to party in the brim smoke?
You really love those smokes.
I learned
bro.
after the first 2 times that you were gonna do it, so I just started baiting you with them.
And you know what? I got a kill every time.
Nah.
No, you didn't get one the last time when I baited
Oh, the
you.
last time. I'm sorry.
Auto?
Is it baiting if I got a kill off every time except for the last one?
Oh, this is.
I learned after the first 2. I only did it 3 times.
We did it 4 times.
Kimchi, I hope
I
you know,
didn't do
before
it
you
4
invited
times.
B-Sweet and Lunar, I was gonna 1v5.
What?
I mean, you can
We can
1v7
still do
now.
that. We can still do
No,
that.
1v6?
I can't 1v6. No.
No, cause like Wando was like, if Lunar was here, he would 1v7.
Yeah,
Shit.
no, Lunar is
Yeah.
good. Here, put me, Bread, and Lunar all on one team. We got this.
No.
You guys got
Auto,
this.
That's a
auto,
challenge. I'll take
auto,
it.
auto.
This is
do it.
auto.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Oh my god, I'm leaving. And I'm
No,
the
I don't
streamer.
like being on Bread's team. I need Bread.
Bread.
End stream. Good night.
Alright, here we go.
There we go, perfect.
Dude, is this really auto?
Auto, press auto.
Yeah, with Bread on it.
That's
This is auto. This is auto.
Fair.
But Brad's gonna
No.
kill me again and again and again.
Brim smoke party. Brim smoke party. Brim smoke
This is
party.
fair.
Yeah, that's
Welcome, hang
fair.
out in this-
Lunar
come-
counts for 2.
Lunar counts for
Lu-
3. I don't know what you
Yeah,
mean.
Lunar counts.
Wait,
Wait,
change.
are we-
Wait,
Hey,
go
hey,
back.
hey.
Leave. Change the map.
Wait, you might
Change
as
the
well just-
map.
Bro, we just got follow through.
Change the
Bro.
map.
No, I don't
Change the
wanna
map.
play the map anymore.
Commit.
Change the
Commit.
map.
Can I dodge next time?
Commit.
Are we really dodging?
I'm
the 5v3?
dodging.
A 5v3?
Commit.
Okay,
No,
fine.
They're
Shit,
dodging
whatever.
because they don't want to play this map. They're not dodging.
Wait,
because
who's
it's
on the other
5v3.
fucking team? Hold on.
Professional
This is
chamber.
a good map, dude.
Everyone
The
else.
professional
Who's the
chamber.
fuck's everyone else?
Everyone that's not on your screen right now.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's everyone. I'm a professional chamber player, guys.
Y'all didn't want to party in the smokes?
Oh my god.
Wait.
That was so funny. I was cracking up.
And
I was
wait,
like, no
I'm
way he's gonna walk through
okay.
his smoke again.
I'm confused why you said I did it 4 times because I only walked through the smoke myself twice.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got a kill every time that you walled off or that you smoked off, and I was there.
Wait, who
I
flashed
killed Leo a couple
themselves?
times.
Red
Who
killed
flashed
you that-
themselves?
the
Was that
final
Leo?
round. That was
Yeah,
really
the
good.
final
Oh, okay.
round. That's
I
like
had
the
to
the,
check it
la
'cause
the
I heard
only
you
time.
coming.
So then your statement's false.
I looked left and you were just like standing on top of the box looking at me.
Hey, by the way,
Every
Kimchi-
he literally ulted to kill me, bro.
Oh god, they didn't dodge.
Wait, did you die in my Brimo?
Posture shack for sure.
No, she didn't. No one died in your brim ult.
Wait, who ulted to kill you?
I like that Kimchi just
Oh,
boosted
Brad.
me to
Neon.
oblivion.
Huh?
Brad was just running sight.
You just like every time you try to get people.
It's
on their
okay, you can let
games,
me
you
have
move them
this.
into oblivion, and
No,
they're
it's
just
fine.
gone.
They're not just gone.
All right, guys.
Yo, I'm on fire, bro.
What?
You guys should surrender.
Blood? Blood?
Surrender.
Blood? 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 What?
Don't worry, guys. I got
Hey,
the sheriff with
you
the
wanna know what I did?
reticle.
You wanna know what I did?
What? Wait, hold on. My music's too loud. I can't hear you. What'd you say?
Nothing.
Oh.
That's what I like to hear.
Stop, Bread. Bread, stop. Stop.
Oh my God,
Stop.
so
Bread,
loud.
stop. Battle Sage?
Saddle page.
Enemy C.
Or just push
Sin.
down
Oh.
long. What the fuck?
Spike Leo, Spike Leo.
Kimchi, please. Kimchi, please.
Oh, I have the spike? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh wait, oh no, oh I'm sorry.
Brim's long. I don't know where Deadlock is.
I'm leaving.
What the? Bro, this man literally shot and killed. Bro,
One
Luna's
enemy
died.
remaining.
I'll plant.
I have the spike. Spike planted.
I don't think I'm safe. Cross garage. I'm not dead.
Wait, what? I'm not dead. I'm sorry,
I said
what?
I
I didn't
don't-
heal you. I didn't heal you. I was bad.
What I originally said was I don't think it's safe to cross garage. I peek garage. He's right there. I shoot and he's dead. that's all that happened. I
I'm
was so
sorry. I'm
confused.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Are you in a corner?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hug. Hug. Hug.
Wait,
Hug.
wait, but
Hug.
you know the twerking
Hug.
thing, right?
Hug.
Yay!
Oh god.
Yo, what?
How do I know about that? Don't ask. Good. Don't ask.
All he gets
I'm
are
confused
fucking
why I
YouTube.
still see my taskbar at the bottom of the screen.
Oh, that's strange.
Where the
It's throwing me off. I don't like it.
From, bro.
How do people find this stuff? Well, they always look for a way to turn.
Gecko.
Red, you're
KO.
too. Oh fuck.
I'm too what?
You're too far.
Hey, wait, don't peek that.
Deadlock.
Oh fuck.
That works.
Seriously?
No, that works. It's okay. It's okay.
You walled off the TP.
They're there. They're there. What the? What?
No, he saw me over there.
No, the grenade's trail was like a fucking heartbeat monitor.
Oh my god, Lunar's up heaven.
Last player standing.
Fuck, I missed my shot.
Or am I the last player standing?
They're all there already.
They're probably gonna start defusing.
Yeah, they're defusing.
You can see it from long.
You think they're gonna get it?
Oh.
Nope, because they didn't commit to it.
Nice.
I didn't.
Wait, that was us?
They didn't commit to it.
You remember when we did that?
Yes, I do.
When you're muted? Oh man. Good
Screaming my
times.
fucking lungs off.
Good times, good times. Wait, should I get my hubby in a game?
Yes.
Oh fuck, he
Yes.
can't. He can't. He cut his finger. Oh man, he can't even. He can't press W.
Bruh. Who needs to walk forward? Come on. You can use the pointer finger for that. You just have to strafe. You can just walk forward like me.
Mm.
There
Yeah,
goes
like
my
that?
head. What the fuck? Phantom if somebody needs it, I guess. Nice.
One enemy
Pop
remaining.
off, Brett! Plant, guys. Flight's clear.
For you.
Walling you off.
Bread's about an ace. You watch. Bread's about an ace.
Who's playing Deadlock?
That would be Lunar.
Lunar.
Oh,
Oh.
be sweet.
No, I murdered
sweet.
Lunar.
Oh,
boy.
B Suite. Oh.
This
I think
side's
that was-
clear.
I think that must have been his free agent that he bought.
I can do this on my own. Hey. Someone watching this close. Hey. I've been using Scarlet.
He's I'm pretty sure he's right here right now. A-Link. Yeah.
What?
Guys,
alright.
Defusing.
He's on site.
Sin.
Sin,
Oh,
just you.
Sin.
I killed
Nice.
him. Damn. Calm down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You didn't peek it with your gun. I was so confused.
Last round before
Lando.
Watch this.
Oh, I gave it to Leo. Never mind.
Oh, thank you. No.
Wait,
Ah!
no.
Ah! Wait, Phantom! Wait! Ah!
What?
Hey guys, sometimes Sin has plays. Sometimes
what's
Sin
his
knows what she's doing.
fault.
Wait,
Sometimes
Sin's so
Linda, Do
good.
you have school tomorrow?
No.
Oh, thank
Where's
you.
Do we live in like the same spot or something? What the hell? You should be clear, Linda.
Is
You
it fall
don't-
break?
You don't live in Texas.
No. Almost
It is
opposite
fall
side.
break. Who the hell are you?
I hear a raise bot mid.
Linda, I swear to God, if I go to school tomorrow and you're in the same class as me, I'm gonna murder you.
Oh, you don't even know what I look like.
That's what you think. I mean, you're right.
Betrayal.
I hear all three of their footsteps heading to the
Ayo,
exact
Oh,
same
I have
place.
it. I'm
all-
sorry.
Oh shit!
Oh my god.
No brim smoke party? Brim smoke
Lumi.
party, nobody?
Fuck. Heaven?
Not for long.
Luna's dead.
Ooh.
I told you guys I'm actually warmed up now. Nobody listened to me.
Alright,
Both of
maybe
them
it's
peeked me.
not fair.
Hey, we never died you.
I got garage.
Both of them peeked me. Okay, yeah, maybe we should go with the out of balance.
Yeah, we probably should.
I thought we did the auto balance last round.
We did.
Did.
Yeah.
Yeah, but auto balance takes me away from you guys.
Oh wait, Kimchi, you're walling up.
Yeah, I'm lolling.
Did
Did you want? Do you want it? You
Pick
wanna
someone
switch?
to leave. Cough.
No, I was gonna put my thing down, but you're walling, so I don't.
Okay.
Kimchi.
What?
So I could just kind of like save it.
Nothing.
That's me.
Yeah, I have to pick someone to leave if I want to stay with you guys.
I could probably add someone. You want me to leave?
No.
I'll
We need
leave.
2 more people.
Bye.
Wait a minute. What's Angie doing?
Oh
That's one
shit.
B. Kimchi rotate B just to see if they're
She's
actually
been
going.
on not Overwatch. She's been on Roblox for like the past hour and a half. And by hour and a
No,
half,
I would join her.
7.
Oh my god, Lunar, I hit him in the head for fucking 78, bro.
That you're gonna play
B Sweet's backside.
Keyboard Shield.
He remembered.
One enemy
I
remaining.
have 1 bullet left for him on a classic.
Don't worry
Nice.
about it. Don't worry about it.
I'm
Oh,
worried about
forward
it.
enough.
Hold
I thought
forward.
F or G to
Hey, wait for
defuse.
something cool.
Defenders win.
You're digging the music? Nice.
Oh, I don't have any music.
Are you streaming?
No.
You are?
No.
Oh my god.
Don't.
Oh fuck, I gotta do things. Shit.
I don't have 2 tabs of your stream open.
That's
Hey, yo, it's cold right now, so run that shit back.
You want to run back the?
Can you
Okay.
choose a different map, Brad?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Fine,
Thank
fine,
you.
As a joke,
fine,
As a
fine,
joke,
fine.
okay, fine, it is. Okay, as a joke, I looked up I Love You Kimchi. No, not I Love You Kimchi. I looked up kimchi on Spotify, and an artist named I Love You Kimchi popped up.
Yeah. No, it's
Lander
a
just said I loved you, Kimchi.
no,
Oh my
no,
god.
no, no. It's an artist.
Yeah,
It's
she
an
is.
artist.
It's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
love as in past tense or like love as in current.
I'm
I don't
playing
know,
her
it's just
song right now.
ILY.
I'm playing
ILY.
her song right now.
Illy.
Yeah, it's Illy.
Maybe that's her. Maybe her name's Illy, and not
It's-
I
I
Love You.
love-
I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's Illy.
Why don't we just play regular?
Oh, we can't.
Wait, I gotta be on the same team as Grace.
Wait, you
Yeah.
don't want to play?
This is auto.
No, I gotta be on the same team as Grace.
Wait, no. Okay. Go
Oh
to the other
my
team.
god, we
yeah,
have
yeah,
Oh, we
coach.
got a coach. We got a coach.
I hate you guys so much. You guys are
Gotta
trolling
go.
so fucking hard. I hate it here. Oh
We
my
gotta
god.
go.
Yeah, we gotta get a coach, bro.
Any playing people wanna? Any playing people wanna get in on this?
Dude, it's so hard to split the group because it's
gonna say,
fucking
wait, who's still here?
Leonidas.
Leonidas.
This is actually unfair.
How?
This is out of balance.
No.
Auto balance
I'm
it.
Not saying.
This is out of balance.
This is, yeah, I mean, it is.
Auto balance. Okay. Ready for this? Which map? Yeah, I guess
Sure.
stick
We
with
can do Vine, yeah.
This is the biggest troll of the century.
I'm fucking dying right now. This is so bad.
Why is this
Just
troll? I don't understand.
Because we have a coach?
That's a normal thing.
Good picks, good picks, good picks. Cynical, are you expecting a breach? Not breach. Are you expecting a burn on the other team?
No.
Are you hoping for a burn on the other team?
I mean, I like to any smoke that I can go inside and just wait. You know?
All of you have comms turned off. That's great.
Huh?
All of you have comms turned off.
I always have my comms turned on.
Same. Fuck that. I get too tilted so fast.
Is this your self-control mechanism?
Yeah, I don't want to get tilted.
You're
I'm
not
sorry.
picking on the other team.
I just don't want to get yelled at.
Oh yeah. Same. I hate it when people go, but I wanted to be Sage, and I'll be like, well, bitch, then you should have fucking picked it first. Get a faster PC. I don't know what to fucking tell you.
Let my Discord kitten
Get
be
better.
Sage.
My Discord kit.
My kitten.
I hate how you said that.
My kitten.
So.
No
Stop
more.
picking.
No more ulus for you.
Alright, let's do it.
Poor Tool. He just isn't being thrown into this for no reason.
Yeah, there's no reason.
I'm just out here to work tonight, you feel me? I'm good.
I'm just out here to work tonight, dog. Are we a burden for you?
Hell no. Why would you
No.
say that?
No.
He-
that's a
we're
good
not holding
vocabulary
him.
word, though.
Against his will.
like
He
this
can
map.
leave whenever the fuck he wants, you know?
Hey, can we name ourselves the no skins?
Oh my god, that sounds horrible.
Okay, the no knife skins. How about that? No.
I hate that you're fucking just
I
watching us right now.
Our team name is the default knives.
Stop.
Watch the Eeyore. He's gonna be doing some.
I'm blocking and then I'm gonna teleport.
I'll be mid. Like B window.
Hey.
Stop!
Nothing on cross. I don't see.
Sin. Wait, don't shoot that.
Opponent killed.
They don't know I'm in the smoke.
I knew.
Behind me?
BTP.
One enemy.
See, they don't know I'm in the smoke, bro.
They're clueless.
They don't know. Oh,
Oh shit.
Tools.
Let's fucking
You're better.
go.
they don't know I'm in the smoke, bro. I'm telling you.
Oh
They
fuck,
don't
I
know
needed
that
a gun.
Popping smoke.
I knew he was gonna run long because you guys killed them both there, so I waited.
They don't know I'm in the smoke.
I bought an SMG.
Good for you.
I'm not very
Don't
good with
care.
that.
Don't care.
I'm not very good with that, so I
My eyes.
Sorry, sorry. Huh?
I went blind.
Oh. Hmm.
I killed B Sweet.
You're so brave.
Preach.
Are they still B?
No,
No
idea,
one
there's
dropped.
pushing you right.
Here, people.
Cammy's on your right. Holy shit.
Team B. Planting on B.
Last player standing.
I swear I shot him in the fucking face. There's no
You
fucking
don't
way.
have my gun skin.
You saw me shoot him in the face, right?
Yeah, it's because you don't have my gun skin.
Nice.
No! Don't shoot me!
That was very rude of you.
Don't shoot me!
Do not shoot.
It's okay, I only had a ghost.
What if, hear me out, we stay
Oh, let me
back
go B, let me go
here.
B.
No, we stay back here and let them plant.
I like that idea.
I don't know.
Why aren't I making the plays? I think you should stay and spawn.
Yeah, Brad. Tell them? No, I'm just kidding.
I'm just gonna like say. Just like,
Thank you for the cookies.
holy shit, there's one A.
Hey.
This isn't part of the plan.
Shut up, Brent.
Brad's our coach. We're supposed to listen. Imagine not listening to her coach. He has his ult. Fuck. Be quiet? Is be quiet? Sorry.
He's sweet.
There's one right under me. Yeah, I'm about to peek.
Spike planted.
One dead.
I just want to go through the teleporter and say fuck it. Oh,
Oh my god, I fucking stop catching!
It's okay. We're good. We're good.
Don't worry, guys. I got it.
Sin has fucking got this. Fucking dog. Let's go.
I'm just gonna take the site. Duh.
Oh. Get busy.
Get jiggy with it.
Oh shit.
Lunar's so fucking good, dude. I hate him so much right now. What's
Get
up,
jiggy
Chick?
with it.
Oh my god, Chick, do you want to play with us?
9.
I'm going
Alright,
B.
let's go. Yep, I'm following you. Go.
Kimchi, I deadass just pressed B, and I was like, why isn't my shot popping up?
No, you're not fucking playing. Ugh. How dare you? Okay. I have res, so I'll play back. Why do I say
No way they
res?
push long. There's no way they push home.
What? Sin, do you like that Viper's ult is more expensive now?
I didn't play this game before, so don't really know how much it costs prior.
Did you get this name like 8 days ago? What happened?
Spike planted.
Oh, they made it more expensive.
What? No! Thank you for the prime sub, Jerk. I appreciate you.
OMG, I haven't played with you in so
There's one on
long.
my left. There's one on my close left.
I'm behind you.
I tell you, so they definitely know I'm
There's
here.
no way, bro.
Oh my god, I gotta get better aim.
Oh, I didn't fucking kill that yours. So bad.
I'm so bad, bro.
One enemy remaining.
Diffuse, just
Last
diffuse.
player
Oh,
standing.
what?
Oh my god. It's too late. I'm running. I'm sorry.
Clutch.
All good.
I was working so hard, guys.
Switching sides.
I tried so hard.
She a little bit, she a rebel. I can't stop listening to this song. I don't know why.
Doja Cat is fire. That's why. She makes good music. No
She
cap.
really does.
She does make good
Did
music.
someone say
Yeah,
cat?
I'm not
I'm
weird,
dead.
and I listen to her. Like, she's good.
Yo, Illumi.
Side eye. Do you understand?
I fuck with her shit. I'm not even gonna lie. It's really good.
It is really good. I'm in a wall. I'm
What
a
the fuck?
demon
He's
lord.
pushing, I think.
Fuck, Lunar's right behind the wall.
Spike down.
Oh,
A.
freak.
I got walled.
That's fake. That's fake.
W.
Good job, Sin.
One enemy remaining.
W as fuck.
Last player
Damn him.
Spike down A.
60 on him. No way.
Oh,
Wow.
Leo opened the multiverse.
So proud of him.
Match point.
Said it
I
at the
pressed
same
wrong
time.
Fucking... Oh my god.
I'm broke. I cannot buy.
Broke, I know buy.
Are we going? Where are we going?
We got this. We got this. We got
I'm
this.
following Sin.
Oh, I always just start. Oh, not this way. Lunar's here.
Oh no, don't be afraid of him.
I got scaled.
We got
Oh,
this.
you're okay. Brad, where's our comms, dude? Where's our?
Sorry. Leo. Tools is currently playing in.
I'll check left. You check right.
Wall,
Okay.
Viper. Got it. Leo has
No.
2
Okay,
on.
go.
Absolute
There's only 1 on.
robbery.
Oh, I'm on a barrier.
Stay up there. Stay up there.
Okay. But they're gonna see me, and you're gonna be like, eh.
Yeah, this is not a good spot to be. They TP'd. They're having. They're hookah.
That's there,
I
right?
can't ping. Can't ping.
I can't drink right now.
Last player standing.
Yeah, they are up there.
I'm scared.
It's a little scary. It's okay. So many feet.
Oh, fuck! Fucking Lou! Sorry.
I don't want to give you calls because I know you don't know what to do.
Damn.
Okay. Need to get 1 more person. here, then we can
Hydrating.
auto
Thank
balance it.
you. Good job, Lunar. Clap. Lunar killed me.
Alright. Get him in here. Oh, well, as you can see by the result of the game. Okay.
He didn't.
Then get back in here.
There's so many people to drag
Whoa.
out. Trick, if you want,
Later.
wait, hold on. I think I can give you
This
an
is
invite.
auto balanced.
This is auto balance?
This is auto.
No, it's not.
This is not.
Lando, move.
Okay. Go to the other side.
Yeah. Watch this. Auto balance.
What the?
She's so bad.
I mean, is it based on levels?
No, it's based on skill.
No,
Based on rank.
It's based on your rank.
Brandon, do you want to join? Oh, you're in a comp. Never mind.
Who?
Hallmark 95.
But there's people that are unranked right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not ranked.
It'll go off either.
Trick,
your
I sent
past season
you-
ranks, but if you don't have any, it's
Yep.
just gonna.
I'm in here,
consider you
Kimchi.
Oh, okay.
It
Mediocre.
goes off your
extremely
DM.
iron bronze.
At that point, it goes off like your skill level.
Wait,
Your actual.
who
skill
dragged
level.
you in? Did I drag
is
you
there-
in? Oh, I invited you into here. Never mind. I'm sorry.
Is there like
I'm
a
dumb.
ghost MMR?
Yeah.
Like it was in
Yeah.
League? Okay.
Yeah, MMR is the last thing they check.
Do you guys have one more to pick up or no? Anyone?
Be sweet.
All
Does-
my friends are here.
Same. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm sorry.
All my friends are sleeping.
We
Never
could-
mind. Never mind.
Yeah, I just saw that happen.
We could
Go
go
to the
back
clutch.
deeper
At,
into
least-
this.
Hang on.
at least you guys have the luxury to have friends.
Leo, I'm your
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
friend.
you
Am I
saw
not
it,
your
right?
fucking friend right now? Are
Oh,
you
I mean,
are you saying I'm not your fucking
yes,
friend?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Oh
I'm sorry.
my god.
I guess I'm your
Crazy.
lover now, Leo, because we're not
Wait,
friends. What?
What?
Lovers and
Um,
friends and dead. Good
Friends
song.
and
We're not.
but
If
shit.
we're not lovers, we're
Wow.
not friends. Then what are we, huh?
Do you guys need an invite link to whoever you're inviting?
Frenemies.
Frenemies.
Brad Lando?
I opened the multi.
Hang on. I'm trying to fix things. I'm
He's
trying to
trying to
fix things.
convince them.
Hang on. I'm trying to fix them.
Okay, but I'm gonna. Who do I send an invite link to my Discord to? Between the two of you guys.
Me.
Okay.
If she says yes.
The more mature person.
Isn't
I said
that, is that Angie correct?
I said kimchi need.
Send Kimchi, I'm just not seeing this. I opened the multiverse.
You did,
'cause
dude. You
You
did.
teleported behind her.
Wait, I'll be right
Oh.
back, Brad. Don't start it. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
I did not know Yoro was
Alright,
that
we're
strong.
starting.
So
I want to be on the 3v5 time. The 3 team of the 5.
you wanna do a 3v5?
I guess we have to do a 4v5, but I want to be on the 4 side.
That's fair. You can switch up like Leo or Tools.
I can go on the 4th side too.
Yeah,
You
we're
are on the
recruiting
fourth side.
anybody who wants to come over. We're recruiting, you know, whoever wants to. come.
He's got someone as long as he can convince him.
Yeah, let's go. Came to the good side. Wow. All right.
What the fuck going on?
Yo, who the fuck is on my team?
There they are.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm W team.
Is this person in voice chat?
No, I'm gonna send her the link right now.
Oh, okay.
Wait. Give me one. I'm gonna be right back.
I want to be on Leo's team, bro.
This is a winning team.
Right back. Give me 1 sec.
No, no, I'm coming.
Bounce. Oh
Why
god.
doesn't anybody ever want to be on my team?
Dude, did you see Leo
I wanna
open the
be on
multiverse?
Sid's team.
Hello?
Wait, what? Wait, no.
I
Wait,
got moved over.
what? No.
I'm scared. Leo's gonna like teleport behind me. I'm gonna shoot me in the back.
Nobody wants to be on my team.
I'd rather be on Sin's team than get shot in the head by her every time.
Yo, Sin's
Here, be sweet. We'll switch. Be sweet.
Saying.
We'll switch. We'll
Sin
switch.
got me directly
Let's
with
switch.
the wall
Let's
as
switch.
when I was
Switch.
playing Brim on the.
What is
first
going
game.
on?
That was crazy.
It's just evolved into chaos so quickly.
And that's what happens
When you
you
guys-
Guys, Kimchi left for 5 seconds.
I need my brother.
Lando, what are you doing?
He wants to be on my team.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, I have to split you guys. Give me 1
Here,
second,
wait,
okay?
wait.
Let me split you guys. Give me 1
Why don't
second.
you just
Let me
have
see.
us?
Wait.
Let me be on Cynical.
Who wants to trade?
What's
I'll
up?
trade.
What's up,
I'll
Sharky?
trade with Lando.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Give me 1 second to split you guys, okay? Because this is a lot.
Wait,
I
we
can't
can
wait
just
to
join
lose.
different group. We can just join different VCs, and you guys can stay here.
Yeah, let's go to like Sin's Discord.
Oh my
Wow.
god, that's so smart. That's so smart.
Okay, well, I just don't want. I just want to make sure that you guys aren't disturbed because of streaming.
Do we have?
No,
to be
like
in?
no one's gonna come. Like, who's gonna come to my Discord from here? Lando can't even get in my Discord.
No, I can't.
Oh,
I'm not even in your Discord.
I mean, it's up to you guys. I don't care.
Oh, but also there's people playing on our team that I don't even know. So
That's
they
why
would
I'm
have to-
saying, like, let me just
Oh.
split it real quick.
Should
But, like,
we
give
just
me,
enter
like,
the lobby
a
too?
second.
Yeah.
I just don't want you to have to do it every time. It's,
It's
so
fine.
much work for you.
I just need to, like, remember who's who and...
Move. Okay, I'll tell you.
Oh my god, stop. No, no,
Move.
no, no, no. If we stay on this screen, I can literally move us right now. You guys are making this 10 times more difficult than it should be.
Move.
Whew. Jesus. Stop. 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 Wait, where'd Leo go? Where did Leo go?
Down
Yeah.
to the other. Where?
Leo
to the other
left.
channel.
No, Leo. Oh my god, Leo left.
Leo.
Leo?
He's muted.
What
He
the
doesn't
fuck
have-
is
he doesn't have his team voice on.
server?
Leo doesn't have his team voice on. Is he in Sin? Wait, did he move to Cynical server?
Oh,
You're
I
kidding.
think so.
You're kidding. No, he's not. You're lying.
Want me to go get him?
Yes?
Yeah, probably.
Can I go get him?
Wait! No, Leo's in G-Bro server!
What?
Wait.
He joined G-Bro server, he's watching the fucking movie!
Wait.
Yeah, they're yeah.
What the fuck, Leo?
What?
This evolved to chaos
This
in
fool.
under 2 seconds.
That's kind of funny.
Sharky?
How did Lunar needs back in.
Good night, Sharky. Take care.
Oh, wait, why does
Lunar
Angie
needs back in.
get Angie needs permission to speak?
Okay. Wait, why?
Angie she needs permission to speak.
Wait,
She's-
why?
Is she not
She's not
verified?
verified. She's not verified.
Okay, I
She's not
verified her.
verified.
I verified her. Don't
Sorry.
worry.
I like being verified and unverified at the same time.
Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good.
And 3 is anyway.
Oh my god.
They're calling her M3.
Oh my god.
M3 is crazy.
Oh
I
my
can't
god.
speak.
What do you mean Leo can't
should be
speak? Oh my god.
Able to speak now, what do you mean? In VC2, help me.
Let's get straight to it.
You should be able to
Why
speak, just
do I
mute.
feel trolled?
You should be able to speak.
Yeah, I should be. I
Are we about to play?
give
or
better roles.
what's up?
Oh, it's because she's muted. Just unmute, right?
If
Yeah.
it's not
Well,
working,
yeah.
leave and then rejoin and she'll move you.
Wait, what does he mean he can't do anything? Yes, he can.
Oh god.
I verified her.
Yeah, what's that?
It still doesn't work?
I think she just needs to leave and rejoin the call.
Try leaving and
What?
rejoining the call.
Wait.
Who are you yelling at?
Wait, no. We try to figure it out, okay?
She should be able to. Tell her to rejoin, like leave and then rejoin the call and give you a mover.
What
Should be
if
able to
I
fix it.
like do this? There you
She
go.
can speak
It's
now.
fixed. It's
She's
fixed.
muted.
Yeah. I literally like moved her and then moved her
Can I-
back.
can
Okay,
I
start.
speak now?
Wait. Change map.
Yeah.
What
Change
map?
map?
Anything. Does something we didn't play yet.
Harbor's
Eeny,
map.
meeny, miny,
Harbor's
moe.
map.
Catch a tiger by his toe. If he
Harbor's
hollers,
map.
let it go.
Harbor's map.
Eeny, meeny,
Harbor's map.
miny, moe. It
Harbor's map.
landed on Pearl, so
Let's
Yeah! Let's go!
A field gyp.
This
I'm
is
not
Harbor's
lying.
map.
If you do eeny, meeny, miny, moe and skip one of the maps, you get Pearl.
I am both shield and
Yo, I got Cypher set up.
No, I got Cypher set up.
Yo, I'll play KJ. We locked down one side, they got the other.
Okay. Deal.
Do it. Okay. Yeah!
Oh
we
my
got
goodness.
Sin's got her work set out for her.
I know. Oh my god, did you hear that?
Yes.
Yeah, is that your neck?
Sounded like you
Yes.
just broke a
Oh
cup.
my god, that felt
That
good.
was my
I've been trying to
fucking
do that all
neck.
day.
It literally sounded like you just smacked a cup against your desk.
How are you, sweet? How are you doing?
Very good. How are you?
I'm
Very
good. Oh my god, that's a car outside.
Lunar went gecko?
That's a car outside. A car outside is screeching.
Holy
Oh, that's the
We
worst.
can very, very, very slightly hear it.
That was so fucking loud. There's the freeway right behind.
That timing belt, maybe.
Oh my god, no. They have Angie and Lunar. Oh, fuck.
They're gonna two-team.
Right, is
We're
Angie
done. We gotta be
equals to or
careful
better
here.
than- Question mark. What?
And
What?
they have
Answer my
Sin, like,
What? Answer my question. What?
and Trick and
What?
Leo. Fuck my life.
What?
Bread, are you
What?
okay?
What?
Bread?
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 Why?
Bread?
What?
What the
I'm
fuck
sorry.
is happening?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Bro.
What?
Oh my god, I'm muting him. I'm muting him. I'm muting him.
Wait!
I can't handle this.
We have to talk about the setup!
Gun, 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 gun. Gun, gun, gun. Gun, gun, gun. Gun, gun, gun.
Can I get this?
Buy it.
No.
You wanna share?
I want Bread's gun. Oh,
He's dead. I think his power went out again.
okay.
His power probably went out again.
What?
His power went out last time when he left.
Bread,
Probably went out again.
you can't do this right now. This is serious.
I
It's
think,
life
like,
or
the power
death.
Went out
Bread, it's life or death.
again.
This is very serious.
Look at the nose on this face.
I hear one pushing up. Maybe some util on this side.
They walled.
Oh, of
Walled,
course they did.
walled.
I can't
Where
read
Where
like a
were
book.
you?
Reloading.
Hey, wait, I do this.
Turret destroyed.
They broke my
Oh,
bot.
do you not have a gun?
Reloading.
Reloading. Many enemies.
This.
One on site.
Enemy spotted. A. Ready.
I'm helping.
She
Native.
hit me. I don't know how she hit me. She did.
What if we like rotate?
Maybe.
I was
There's
being
one
stupid
behind.
at
Yeah,
One
yeah,
behind.
yeah.
One behind. I hear him.
Go walk.
I hear
Go
him.
walk.
Gecko's gone.
Good work.
Go run. You know,
I'm gonna
rotating.
stay here. I'm gonna stay here.
Okay,
Push on the site. Push on the site if you're gonna stay.
I'm with you.
Fast, because they're gonna rotate. Tell us if you have a free site. Yep, they're here.
Enemy spotted. B.
I'm rotating back. Stay, no,
30
stay. You can
seconds
win that.
left.
You can
I
win
still
that.
have a
I'm coming.
sage here.
That's fine.
All right.
It takes about 10 seconds to get across the map. I'm sprinting.
Viper. Close. Right. I'm with you, Londo.
10 seconds left.
There's two.
One
Holy
enemy
shit.
I
remaining.
still have
Oh,
Omen with me. I
got
still
it.
have
I got it.
Omen
I
with
got the
me.
spike down. I got the spike
Got
down.
that motherfucker on body. Nice. I'm watching
Rotate
long.
over here,
Stay
Kimchi.
there.
No. I'm gonna win this. He left.
Fucking hell. He smoked.
Coming.
Lando, I can heal you if you fall back a little bit.
You could just push through the door. I'm
Okay.
not here.
For you.
He's behind me. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew it. He's not gonna defuse. You're good.
That's a dub.
I just knew he was gonna come from that way, and I turned around at the last second.
So in that instance, that could be better for that person to save, to take the loss, so that the next round he keeps the guns with the money.
Yes.
Got it.
Alright, bud, you ready for the setup? We just have to get aside.
Yep. Lock him down.
What?
All we have to do is get on site. Wait,
Yeah.
so do
Nothing?
you think Ant is gonna wall this? Do you think we should push B then, because B's unwallable?
Yeah.
Okay,
Do you
we'll
think
that
that?
next round?
Do you think that?
Unwallable.
Wait, I have my wall, so
Cypher-
if you guys want to line up against the wall, I can wall you guys up.
Do you think that Cypher has the most drip in the game?
Yes, this bro does. Bro's got a whole ass fit on. Push on. That's our site.
What? I didn't
I
dash
should
across
wall
the
that.
step.
Nice wall.
Nice. I'm putting my alarm bot here.
Wait, I need a wall flank real quick.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
I'm playing flank.
Okay. I
There's one here.
tripped that.
Enemy spotted. A.
That's tripped. Or they
You
got
broke
it.
the tripwire.
We can wait. Wait for time.
I killed my alarm bot.
Wait for time. We don't need a peek.
Yeah.
Fuck, 120, Gecko, flank. Nice. Flank.
Last player standing. One enemy
1.1 on site.
Good job, Kimchi.
Kimchi.
I told, dude, I told you guys we don't need to peek out. Nobody will fucking listen to me. No. Sorry.
The people who did
Hashtag.
peak were able to win the round.
We should have listened to her, goddamn.
Hashtag that's my sage.
I'm dead.
Wait, let's push B. Let's push B.
Thank you, Kimchi. I love you.
We're in Kimchi's
The
backpack
clutch is
right
crazy. We're in
Hey, can you
Kimchi's
really quick
back.
Gecko
now. Oh my god.
Head's clear as a Kimchi tipsy, you know?
What?
Yeah.
Let me get the all card.
What?
Oh, that's a.
Why are you tipsy? You've been drinking.
No.
Flank.
Spike carrier's down.
I got the
I guess
spike
not.
down B.
I forgot to mention. Did you guys know that Luna's diamond?
Really? Bitch! Oh my god, Lunar.
Good.
Dead.
My ultimate is ready.
For someone
That's
who's
some
diamond,
non-diamond
just
behavior
like
there, Lunar.
Fucking
What I say
where?
every time. I can't.
Where? Where was the warning?
Flank.
Oh shit.
That's a joke, right? That's a joke, right? No way. No way I ran out of ammo.
The double reload is
Last
crazy.
round before the switch.
No way I ran out of ammo, right?
You hate to see
I have my ult. We can play to my ult here.
You guys don't want to
You
push
also
mid?
have yours.
I have my ult. You'll play to my ult here.
Mid B?
Yes.
Sure.
We can totally do a mid B. Hell yeah.
I don't care.
I'm gonna go
I'll
for
paint
mid
the
top,
town
though.
red. Ooh, she a devil. She a bad little
I'm
bitch.
listening to
she a
Super Shy
rebel.
now, though, so.
Superfly?
Super Shy. New jeans.
Superfly.
No.
I said that. You know, I made that joke yesterday with Angie too.
Brad, oh my god, let me heal you.
Nice.
Where is everyone hiding?
Two. Go to side,
Two.
go to B.
Watch back.
I have a.
There's a blue bitch and a black-haired bitch and a blue bitch and a black-haired bitch.
Wait, I can ult right here.
Walling behind us.
Okay. Peeking out with this. No one immediately after the wall.
Push on. Well, they can't.
Fuck. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's
Angie,
what that-
no.
By the way, Angie and I cannot hit shots on each other.
Last player
What the
standing.
fuck is he doing right there, bro?
I'm leaving. I don't understand.
What the fuck is that?
Right? That was fucking crazy.
Sin, what were you doing?
Was she smoke camping?
I'm out of luck. No, you got us
Oh my
both at the same
God.
time.
Shh.
Wando.
30
I
seconds
couldn't
left.
move.
Quiet.
He's got the fucking bomb.
Found a headshot one time. Come on.
Placing sentry.
10 seconds left.
Down.
Code and traps.
Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
Okay.
Let him cook.
Found them. Swarm grenade out.
Clutch.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Calculated.
What does
Yeah,
that
it
do?
is fucked up.
Does it just hold him there, or
It's
does it blow him
fucking
up too?
fucked up.
He's got
The
bot.
bot
Yeah.
that triggers that makes him weak, and then the
Dude,
trap
everybody
just
else
does
go B and
damage.
me and
Yeah.
me and,
Oh, that's fucking.
Oh, yeah.
everybody else go B. Everybody else go B. Me and
We
Red
got this. We
it.
got this locked down.
Yeah, we got
Okay,
this.
Oh,
well, this
wait.
is my favorite wall, but whatever.
Oh, okay. We can go B. We can go B.
No, it's okay. I'll wall here. I'll wall here.
Oh, but I have a
Feel bad
torp for
now.
that.
Oh my god, fine. Bye.
I feel bad now. I feel bad now.
I have a torp for
I'm
that.
fucking going mid. Shh.
I have a trip right
A
there.
low-key
Okay, I'm
sigh.
I'm holding mid. You hold that.
Fine.
I'm a wall mid, so
I'm gonna play right here, bud.
Wall raised.
They were mid.
it's a thick ass fucking
They're
wall.
all B,
It's
all
B.
B.
Fall back, fall back, fall back.
I was stupid. Don't
Wait
worry.
for it, wait
Resonate
for
on
it.
their feet.
Wait for them, wait for them.
We're letting them
Oh, I
just,
can rush that orb.
Let me join you, Rick. Give me a second.
Okay. 19.
I'm pushing
Spike
through.
planted.
Me too, I'm with you. Wall's gonna go down soon.
Like now?
Through. I'm pushing.
Clear here,
Tell me to
clear here.
defuse. Everybody else cover.
Enemy spotted.
Hit 3 times. No way.
Turret out.
Trick's actually really good at this game.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Nice. Diffuse,
Who
diffuse.
did you trade
Behind
with?
it.
Got 3. Multiple enemies beat.
Last player standing.
You can't stick it. He's pushing you right.
Oh, so close. Illumi, no! I don't have any brain cells today.
Should we cover B and go?
Sure, we can go to
Yeah. You guys have the better A's.
B. Yeah, you should drop on A.
Go A tools. Go A.
You want me to go A, B, A?
A. I like this turret up here, but 'cause, like you know how good that was in the end.
Me neither. Pizza. What's a pizza? What's a pizza? What's a pizza do? I love a pizza.
Pizza, pizza.
Pizza?
That's here, that's here. Lunar's here, anyways. They're breaking the wall.
That's-
They're breaking my wall.
That's threatening.
You see nothing,
we
bud?
can't get this right.
We'll just stick B the next time.
Okay.
Nice.
I'm stunned again. Tripled.
Sweet, I got you. Fuck, I can't get to you.
What?
Healing.
Hit Lunar 50.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
Spike down A.
Wait, I'm on the flank.
Ah! I was trying to rush him like an idiot. That's sniper.
Spike planted.
Oh, that's nice. Nice, Lando.
Watching me, peek it.
She's
Close right.
that one.
No, I missed.
Last player standing.
Yep, double peek
Nice.
works every
I
time.
missed that, bro. Fuck.
No, you're good.
No, we got the trade.
That is the 90% working.
No, you don't deserve my invention.
The no peek.
Holy shit, Lando 13. The rest of us are 4.
Match point.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about
Oh
it.
my
Don't worry about
Okay,
it.
okay,
Don't worry about it.
Lando, turn on
Angie and I have a
cheats.
curse.
Lando,
Angie and I have a
turn on
curse.
cheats.
We can't kill each other. Angie and I are physically unable to kill each other. It's a problem. Like she can't kill me. I can't kill her. It's the law of the universe, apparently.
Sweet.
I'll play right here,
Go
bud.
mid towards
Oh,
tools, and then I'll wall
yeah.
here, and then I'll call if I need.
Mid.
Smokes.
Mid B, mid B, mid B. Push mid, push through mid, trust me. Push through mid, go B. One mid.
Oh yep, blinds and smokes galore here.
Nice, good job, guys. Keep pushing forward. No, you got that. Keep pushing forward. There goes my bot.
I think I heard something left.
Spike planted.
What?
No, I'm not on site.
Y'all
Damn,
lined up
man.
for them?
Wait, got my camera.
Angie,
They said, hey, kill us.
left, right.
That praise me is really good.
Got him. She is absolutely goated. This is her first game on, by the way.
This is her first game?
Her first game on. First game on.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
We
Good
win
shit.
these.
I just need to get my butt out.
Angie,
Where's
what
my button?
happened?
Where's my
Actually, what
button?
happened?
This is your first game on, and you're like better
Yeah.
than. You're doing better than Lunar, who is
I'm not
diamond.
that good. I'm not diamond. What are you talking
What do you
about?
mean, bro? You're
I was
like
pretty-
silver, right?
Okay.
I was
Oh
pretty
my
much
God.
just
better,
using
she's just
snipers.
better.
I was just having fun with
You didn't realize
snipers.
how good Lunar
Hey
is.
Trick, how are
That's-
you? It's been a
that sniper
minute.
was insane.
That was
Aw.
silver rank, trust me.
How are
No,
you,
Lunar
Trick?
being diamond is my favorite joke. I love it.
I'm bronze too, dog. What are you talking
Nah, he's
about?
diamond.
Silver.
That's diamond too.
I'm bronze too.
That says diamond.
Trick, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing
Those
good.
headshots
It's
are
been a minute.
demoralizing.
Yeah,
Kimchi
they
has been a
are.
minute.
Kimchi, you have one RR.
What?
You have one RR.
What does that
What's
even mean?
RR?
It means
Your
how much you
rank.
have until you rank
Your
up.
rank.
You have
You've
one
won.
rank rating.
It's exactly one. How do you do that?
You are literally one, not even close, like
That's
one
the
loss.
luck.
Oh my
That's
God.
the luck of the draw, dog.
What is?
All right.
I'm not gonna lie,
Yeah,
Tool.
wanna-
When you missed that shot, I was so thrown off because I was expecting my
Remember-
life to just be ended, and then it was.
Dog, I swear to God. I
Whoever
thought I
whoever
killed
was
you.
fucking raised, you scared
What's
the
the map?
fuck out of me.
Hey,
When you were
with
fucking
with
below
blast
me.
pack,
Yeah, I didn't know where. I was like, where the fuck's the other guy? And I was like, oh shit, up my ass.
What's
Yeah.
the what map?
Ooh, what about
Split?
Icebox.
or
Split,
Split?
yeah.
Split.
Split or
Split.
icebox?
Split.
Split.
Got it. These seems good. This is out of
Oh,
bounds.
wait, hold on. Okay, hold on.
Sure.
Give me a second. Give me a fucking second. There's so many people. I would give you
We
guys the
appreciate
power,
your
but I
hard
really
work.
cannot. Alright,
You can't
sweet.
trust Orlando with the
Hard
power.
work.
Trust
I will
me,
walk
because
a
I'm not gonna use
thousand
it.
miles
Don't give
just to
anybody the
be
power.
with you tonight.
Bread has the
Kimchi right
power. Bread has the power.
It's crazy.
No, I don't.
Crazy.
Yeah.
You're yapping.
Loaf has. Oh no. You don't have access to the number 2. Hold on. Let me give you access to
I
that
can
one.
just. The only thing I can do is disconnect people.
No. I have to give you access to this channel, and then you can have free reign.
So that's why I can only disconnect people.
Yeah. So
Because like if I click on you, I can.
you can see it now, right? You can see it now. Wooey. Not yet. Okay, hold on. I gotta change
you know
some stuff.
Give me like a person. I guess KO works. Wait. Double
Play Killjoy,
heals.
Fred.
I was gonna go
Double
deadlock
heals.
again.
Killjoy. Do a mirror matchup on Lando and establish dominance.
Like a
The
dog.
fuck?
Yeah,
No, you don't need to do that.
That's
You don't need to
exactly
do
why I
that.
picked Viper.
You don't
I'm
need
gonna
to do that.
psychologically crush
Aw.
Cynical. Oh,
We should've been-
he played
should've mirror ma-
Phoenix.
You know what we could do?
y'all
We
lose
could
to it.
change. We could
Have a good
change
game.
our agents on round 2.
Really?
We could totally mirror match them.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Stop, Red. Also, do you see the channel now? By any chance?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I cannot.
You can't grab?
I can't grab.
Okay, I'll fix it after. Gun, 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 gun,
Oh,
gun,
wait,
gun,
yes, I
gun,
can.
gun, gun.
Yes, I can.
How do you
Gun,
speak
gun, gun,
to
gun,
all
gun, gun.
chat?
Gun, gun,
Alright,
gun,
I
gun,
can-
gun, gun.
Shift enter.
Can I get this?
That's annoying.
Wait. What?
What? What?
You bought. you bought.
Can I please? Can I
Oh,
please?
why'd you double buy? I was so fucking confused.
I requested and it didn't request.
Oh no.
What'd you say?
Sweet, you have the spike, by the way.
M3. What the hell?
Return to dust.
You think you
Enemy spotted A.
cynical? Oh, cynical.
Everybody just play slow. We're fine.
Soft at A.
Spike down A.
On top of fucking wall.
Where is she? Where the fuck is she?
We're at heaven. They're good. You're good now.
I have the spike. Spike planted.
Bread? I wanna
I'm
heal
hunting
you.
for Angie. Oh, okay.
Kim is always working.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, there she is. You can get her.
Got the Lando. Got the Lando. Just Angie. And
Why are you
tunnel.
saying the Lando like that? She could be going back. Nope, she's gonna keep pushing you. She.
I'm holding, I'm holding, I'm holding.
Okay.
97 on stage.
Just play time.
Careful,
you're
she's
fine.
good.
I know that. She's obviously the better Sage.
Oh my god.
Obviously,
Sage
we have the
diff.
better Sage.
Sage diff, sage
Put a
diff.
snout on it.
Stop. Shit. The pressure? The pressure you guys put on me? Mm-mm. Nope, ain't it.
Yeah, we're gassing you up.
Sage similarity. Fucking Lunar shot? You don't even know her.
I met her today.
You're right,
Yes.
but
Oh,
I do.
God.
But I know her.
Let's give a second. Give a second. Give a second. Oh fuck, they saw us.
Holy shit, that's a Neo.
You fought well.
Hit me again, boy.
We use all our utilities there. Holy shit.
Fuck, my wall keeps
Wall going up.
glitching.
One enemy remaining.
There you go, sir. Brandis.
Can you get out of my spot?
No?
I'm trying to plant here.
That's her defense point. Just happens to be the same spot that the.
Ooh, that blast pack was nice.
I think you got to her already. I think you got to him.
I think we got him.
Full pop, full dog here. Oh, but fuck me. Satchels.
Time and
We're
place.
going A or B. A or B. Hey.
Alright.
One should go B though.
I'll go B.
Yeah, and then dash back over here.
Yeah.
Walled off heaven. Wall going down.
Got one at B.
Neon, 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 neon.
Ready? Ready, go up? Ready, go up?
Yep. Beat me up, Scotty.
Reloading.
Close right. Close right.
Flanking, planting.
Damn it.
Close right, Kim.
Oh, B clear. You're good.
Good work.
Sage
One
heaven,
above,
Sage heaven.
one above, one above, one above.
Both heaven, both heaven, both heaven.
Raise, you have bomb.
Pincher,
I'm
pincher.
backing. Yep. I'm planting.
Nice
Fuck.
pinch, nice pinch. Be sweet.
Got a binder.
She got me back.
Oh, damn.
Fuck! And with my knife out, what an asshole.
I'm
Right
not
there.
gonna peek it. I'm not gonna peek it. I'll watch right with you.
Yo.
I'll watch right.
Last player standing.
My mouse is so annoying.
Stage is one. Stage is
I'm
one.
burning. I'm dead here.
Yeah, sorry guys. No, I should have had that. That's my fault.
Crazy.
I have a terrible gun.
Oh my god, she got an ace.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
You got mad at the 4K and just had to one-up me.
Ugh.
Zam.
I don't know this map. I've never played it before.
Last round.
I
in the
switched to
half.
my knife. Why? I don't know why I didn't switch to the gun.
Stop.
She can't hear that.
Please no. Please no.
I guess I'll stick
Alright,
with
Kimchi.
the Vandal.
Alright,
What?
Kimchi. You need
I'm
to
not
differ.
even. I'm not even. You cannot even know. Like that's not even a comparison. All right, you know, let's just go back around and go to B.
You're right, you're right, you're right, you're right.
Yeah. Y'all didn't make shots over there. Oh.
You're right,
God
you're right,
damn it.
nope, you're right,
Shit.
you're right, you're right. You're
I
right.
was just checking to make sure.
Yeah, how's your head? You should push
Shit.
that hard.
She
We'll
walled.
find it rolling on the floor. and
You
let me
ready? You
know.
ready? Everyone right here.
Here. Here.
They're on our spawn.
Dude, what the fuck was that, dude? Are
Oh
you
my god,
kidding
they're
me?
behind. Caleb, ready?
Got
Go
him.
up. Ready? Go up. Fred, come here.
Wait.
Oh fuck!
Uppies.
Spike down mid. Got the spike. Player standing.
We're having too much fun.
They're probably
I
full
told you, we're
com.
cursed.
We need to
I
get
told you,
full
it's a
No,
com.
we're not.
curse.
We're not. No, we're not. We're good. We're good.
Switching sides.
I got B.
Okay.
I'm gonna play stairs.
Raise. If you die,
Yeah.
let me know because I'm gonna need to swing my face around.
I'll let you know.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go right.
Waiting for the beat.
Barrier created.
Is it B?
It's B. I hear B.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're breaking my wall. Lunar, if you can get to me, I can heal.
For you.
God.
Fuck, there's about to be one pushing up. I gotta get off.
Spike down B.
And you pushed. So did Phoenix.
Last player standing.
I missed all my shots.
Mm.
This drift goes crazy. Yes, we will.
This is intense. Okay. Like camping tents, you know?
You say, hey, you see nothing till you're down on a muffin till you're sure.
Fuck!
No fucking way, Lando. I hit him 148. What kind of bullshit is that? It's B.
It's definitely B.
Leo should be low.
They have a sage.
Oh.
Yeah, but that also means that Lando's pretty low too. Because I hit him
He's
140. Oh fuck, he can heal himself. Never mind.
Oh, so how many people have heals with their? Because they can either, everybody's heals can either be personal or to a teammate, or they're.
Player standing.
Oof, I feel the pain.
Nice try,
Yeah.
nice try, nice try.
Yeah, good job.
Match point.
That moment you realize you have to reload.
Yeah, I broke my fucking legs and everything.
You want to get set up here, Kimchi, while I go B?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll set up on B.
One more B. They go heavy B, so.
I'll go.
Normally go heavy B.
Oh,
Oh, my
it's
luck.
A.
And B. They switched.
Let us be, let us be.
Move too quick.
Shit.
Fall back, I can heal.
I'm good, I'm out of the way.
Healing you. Enemy removed.
Got one.
Nice.
Okay, nice. We need to rush this. That's a 3v4.
Sage
Hey,
is
just look at it.
literally 1 HP. Just can't finish.
You can't finish?
No, I just don't understand in this game. I don't play it that often.
You will not kill my ally.
Where's that?
Spike
Nice.
down A. One enemy remaining.
Nice.
You okay, Kimchi?
Cover.
Yeah.
You couldn't kill him?
Oh my god. Whew.
That was sweaty.
Fuck.
Sweaty balls,
Yo, what if we
baby.
just go all A? Like, fuck it, you know?
And then we could play retake?
Yeah.
What if I get set up on B? And then you guys just sit A?
Okay.
That way I don't have to have any contact with them.
Yeah. Set up an A and then go to mid.
Zero contact.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a wall here.
Nice.
I was watching the mini map.
Clear for me, clear for me. Let's go through. Down here. Quiet though, quiet. They could be anywhere. This side's clear.
Not planting.
Somebody go over there.
Here.
Not in the back.
Good fucking thinking. Holy shit. There's one on, I'm getting pushed.
You're better, you're better.
Coming up behind you, Peter.
Shit.
One enemy remaining.
Ah!
Last player standing.
Heaven.
Heaven.
Let's go.
Ooh, let's go.
Let's go,
Can't play the
Brad.
game.
This is the nail biter.
Sudden death.
Who's gonna win?
Sir?
Damn.
I'm a block A.
That's Mr. Sir to you.
I'm a block A and then I'm a red mid and we play back. Let them plant.
Okay.
They won't know where we're coming from.
I'm gonna smoke B.
Got it.
Don't kill me with pacifist. It had me traumatized. I didn't mean to bounce that. What the fuck?
I'm running. Oh, fuck! Why did I go up? I should have went back. My bad.
Shit, I am almost dead.
I think it's a B push.
Yeah,
No,
they're going
no,
mid.
no.
Sin's
no,
there.
no.
Where Tools just died.
Damn it.
I don't have the HP to push.
It's okay, let him plant.
Spike planted.
Damn it.
That's A.
Yep. You can't go through that route.
Enemy spotted. A.
Last player standing.
Oh, Jesus.
Attacker.
wall
That was
wins.
intense. That was intense. I looked the wrong way too.
Nice trick! Holy shit!
Good job.
Nice job.
Good job. That was crazy.
I tried Harbor for the first time that
Jeez.
game.
Nice.
I've never
So
never
hard.
played any of these new characters.
Yeah, you haven't played in a while, actually.
No, I haven't.
Holy shit, that was crazy.
Fun. It was like I was like, how the fuck do I stop this damn way?
Hey, Kimchi. Kimchi.
Yeah? What?
Don't you work in the morning?
And your point is? Bro, I worked my fucking ass off today. Please.
You're right.
I did a
you're right.
fucking presentation
I'm sorry.
unprepared and
You know
nailed
those
it.
can spontaneously combust into illness, right?
What?
You know that I can you can spontaneously die.
Oh, that's not even
know-
funny, and I laughed. Holy
Oh,
shit.
no.
Blood,
Put
I
me on
missed you,
Sin's
man. I
team.
needed you, brother.
Wanna shuffle the teams?
Yeah, shuffle him.
Okay. Shuffle the teams around. What is this team? Oh.
What is going on?
What happened? What just happened?
Yeah, I think it's the teams.
Alright, what map?
Oh my god.
map?
No! This is torture.
Icebox? Okay.
This is
No.
not even by any means.
This is not.
This is very fair.
I feel like Angie makes up for like me not getting a single kill until like the 6th round. So
I don't think Angie I think Lando and I have to be on the same team, as long as we're not with Angie.
I think Lunar has a switch then.
No,
think
we're good.
No.
This is a perfect team. What do you mean?
This is fine, this is perfect. This is the
No,
perfect team.
stop.
This is the
Oh
perfect
I wanted
my
to be on
God.
Lunar's team.
Oh.
then
Switch with me,
and
switch with
Leo
me,
switch.
switch with me.
I'm just
Okay,
kidding.
yeah,
Switch with me, switch with me.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. It's okay.
You're making this difficult. Okay. Is this good?
Okay, hold
This
on.
is fine.
Give me 1 second.
This is not. Okay, wait. I
Give
can
me
turn
1
it on right now,
second.
right
Give
now.
me 1 second.
Hang on, she's toggling.
Toggle.
I fucking hate it here, guys. Who makes me do this? We're good.
I mean, we could do it ourselves if you let us. We could just all go to lobby too.
No, because it's stream voice chat, so like I've had people come in and slur, so
Oh, no.
I'd rather not.
Okay.
I'd rather be
we
incognito.
good. Let's go.
Icebox.
I hate Xbox to be honest, but oh well.
Alright.
You know, I know this one, so we're in good hands.
I am both shield and
I gotta play my girl.
I'm playing Raze.
Oh my
I
gosh.
don't know who else to play.
Tools, what's your Twitch so I can follow?
It's Tuli TTV.
Okay.
I don't have any like clips up or anything or a YouTube channel
What's the how do you spell it? Tool.
It's TOOLIE TTV. Tuli.
I don't think I have the right hat.
I'll put it in, or I'll, whatever.
What is that?
Put in
Is
chat?
it a Green Ripper holding a guitar or something?
Yeah, or no, it should be,
This game spell as nothing special?
yeah, that one.
Alright.
I streamed today for like 6 hours. Play Dota, if you know what that is. I'm pretty good.
Yeah, we know what Dota is.
Dota.
Oh my god.
Don't hate, I swear to God, I'll freak out. It's my
Is it at
favorite
least
game in the
Dota
world.
2? Is it at
Yes,
least Dota 2?
Yes,
Okay.
it's Dota 2.
I thought this man was playing the original.
I
Like
have
fucking
3K
Warcraft
hours.
3 customs map. I was like, god damn.
Nah, fuck,
Yeah.
no.
Oh, I forgot the E. My bad.
I
That's my
almost
B.
downloaded Age of Empires today. I know that sounds kind of crazy, but it's the truth. I was so bored.
Trick! It's been so long!
I know. I know.
How long have you guys known each other?
A while.
Yeah. It's been a long
I
time.
randomly met Kimchi in a fucking Valorant game.
Wait, who the fuck is Breedable Sub?
Bread?
It's kind of sus.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't unless it's one of you guys' friend. It's pretty rough.
Not mine.
I don't have friends.
Razor's low.
Pushing behind me.
Damn, Lando.
Let me take a point.
I dropped the spike.
Okay.
Yep. Fuck.
One's gonna be.
Last player standing.
Yep.
Reloading. Spike down B.
You don't have Spike.
I know.
I played myself.
No.
He was hustling.
Shh, top.
Dude, what the fuck?
She's basically a fucking Apex character.
Yeah.
Angie's
Neon's
really, really
so
good.
Fast, bro. Like, what the hell?
That was stupid fast. See, that's how we got me last time.
Not even
My
gonna,
shotgun.
I'm gonna let them push this side. Stay right here. They
We're
always
going down
come
mid
right
again?
here.
I'm gonna wall the mid.
They always come right here.
I'm going with B. Pushing over.
Blocking movement.
Yep.
Two on trick. Two on trick.
One middle.
Two on me.
It's always praise. It's either praise or sin right now that's just destroying me.
Fuck, Lando! Oh my god, I did not know you were there.
He's on. He's on. No way. No way. No way.
Praise is heaven. On B. Nice.
One enemy remaining.
God.
I think he's on.
Lando's on
Get a
spike.
headshot.
I'll wait for you. Group up with me.
On my way.
He's 4.
Where's he at?
30 seconds left.
Right here.
Shit.
Cutting their vision.
Inside or out?
Oh, he
Out.
left.
Lunar's really low. You guys need to push.
Player
Yeah,
standing.
right there.
Oh my
You
god.
had him. You had him. It's okay.
Wow.
Very close.
That wasn't 4. That was embarrassing though.
No, we're fine. It wasn't embarrassing. You're good.
Was that the Spectre?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why.
Lando has bread, so
I'd
he's
awful at
gonna
that.
infinitely do better. Just letting you guys know.
I noticed that with the Spectre, you really got that's that running crouch. Like you run and then you crouch, and you can really aim with that. It still spreads far though.
Shadows traveling.
Got one.
Neon dead.
They're blinded.
Face your fear!
Block the other side of A.
Cade.
Killed me midair.
We lost
Headshot.
mid. We lost mid. Get one more kill and get a res.
I need a heal. Need to play for time real quick.
Red is one.
I'm gonna rotate.
One enemy remaining.
Alright,
Nice.
Red's dead.
Out of war.
It's just Angie though, so we gotta play carefully, play slow.
Rotating to be Omen.
I'm taking this
Six in a
chance.
good position.
30 seconds left.
I'm behind. I think he's out here.
Okay, are we gonna plant A or B?
A.
Plant.
A secure.
Yeah, I'm playing A. I'm gonna fake him out. Y'all go.
Fuck, on me.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
God damn, that was fast.
Wow.
She's
Damn,
really,
I
really
thought he
good.
was over there.
Yeah.
I thought she was over there. I was gonna fake her out. Might be.
Last round before the switch.
That's a chick.
Yeah.
Holy shit, she's really good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
I didn't even know that.
I thought you guys were covering my behinds, bro. I was trying to
we
get the
gotta tee
plant
up.
off before the... I was trying to
Yeah.
get the plant off
We got-
before
we should have-
time.
we should
We're
have-
good, we're good.
Yeah, we should have just stayed together instead of Omen going to
Flank.
B.
Watch left, maybe Neon.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
I'm here for you.
Ping if you can. Ping if you can.
Deep, 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 deep.
Got you.
Angie's B.
Present
A.
point.
Angie's A.
I'm watching behind, I'm nading.
Opponent's killed.
Is out there.
He loves moving in like dashing quick and crouching. He's good at that.
Fuck.
Spike down. Attacker
I'm
spawn.
dead.
Last player standing.
I have the spike.
Quiet.
Gosh, her ult got off. Her fucking ult got off. I'm fucking dead. I'm fucking dead. Yeah, her fucking ult got off. They knew exactly where I was.
Predictive.
I don't know how her ult got off. I fucking killed her.
I'm a block mid. Do you want me to block mid or A? Well, I guess mid's better because A is super open.
You want to block A then?
Nah, A's you can go from the top, so it doesn't even matter if I block it. Tinkerbells, no. I don't have any mods here, so
Shadows traveling.
Wall raised.
Ran through it. Damn. One of them's up top. Fucking. Fucking kitchen.
I'm oh
Two
fuck.
Neon
kitchen.
pushed
Holy
out.
fuck. It's like-
Leo, what are you doing?
Spike down B.
One dead.
One enemy remaining.
Nah. Shit. Good shit.
Oh fuck.
Good shots.
Oh,
What?
the disrespect.
I wanted to do that, but I was too nice. Okay, I can't.
No, there is
Too
no nice. This is
nice.
riot. This is
No, no,
riot. This is riot.
I won't hear the end of it. I'll get headshots, so I'll get headshot from now on.
Lando, sorry, my son. Blocking?
They're on A.
Following.
Yeah, they're set up on A.
Let them plant.
Yep.
Let them plant and
This
peek.
site. Oh my. Okay.
I hit bread for 113.
Damn.
Some
Spike
moving
planted.
sheriff headshot.
Last player standing.
It sucked.
Cutting their vision.
Fuck, I didn't know there's
There
two.
Win.
Shit. I didn't know where they were. Insane.
That was so good.
Insane. Bro, we
That's
just
so
have to wait
good.
until Angie gets tired. God damn.
She is too, right?
What's breedable sub doing?
So Angie, so
Hey, Saber.
Who's this?
Oh wait,
Breedable
I
sub.
I'm
Who's that?
now.
Huh?
Saber, good friend of mine.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
He's a good
I
pal,
can-
yeah.
I can leave.
Breedable sub.
no,
He's a
No,
good
no,
chum.
no, no.
you
He's
make
a
us
pretty good chum.
better.
What?
We gotta improve our levels to match you. That's why you
Hush.
need to be here.
Alright, who wants to 1v5?
I will. I should. Okay. Assemble a team and I'll say yes or no.
I can sit up.
Andy gotta be on this.
Oh wait, I need to invite Saber to
Yeah,
this.
it doesn't matter.
server.
I'm sit out too.
Wait. Angie
I
left?
invite Saber. Yeah, she's
Okay.
tired.
Fuck, I wanted to
She's
beat
tired from
Angie.
carrying us in her freaking book bag.
Well, wait, hold on, hold on. You need an invite?
Yes, I do.
Okay, hold on, give me 1 second.
Auto balance it, Brad. Brad, auto balance.
Oh. Angie?
Yeah,
Angie, what?
You're
it
good?
happens a lot. Yeah.
Oh, did you DC?
Did you DC on
Yeah.
accident? I thought you did that on purpose.
No, it's on accident.
Why don't you make this a Discord community?
Bro, she beat us
I
on a
haven't done
potato.
that
I feel so good right
yet.
now.
It is a potato.
God damn it.
Oh yeah.
All right, time.
Auto balance. Whoa, oh, what the fuck? I want your buddies.
Nah, I know why I don't do that. Since when was your tagline, babe?
That's really. Oh, I forgot. You weren't in the call when I was like, "Can we call you babe?" And then everyone was like, "Oh, Riz."
When was it like that? I don't remember that. Wasn't it something else before? Or am I tripping?
No, well, it was numbers, but then when I changed my name, I changed the hashtag too.
Hey Saber,
No,
welcome
you-
to Chaos. Alright, auto bounce.
Alright, let me split
like
1
this.
second.
Don't be my buddy.
I'm splitting you guys.
It's like the same team that it was
Mhm.
earlier.
It is, yeah, 'cause this is auto balance.
I'm looking for fucking Leo and it's Leonited. Fucking cannot.
Um,
1, 2, 3, 4, and then trick.
Saber's still here.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah.
Saber's still here.
I could be a coach. No worry. Easy.
Oh, wait, join their team. Pull him in. Yeah, and I got it. I got it. I can't move him. I can't. I'm not allowed to. I lied apparently. I can't move.
Wait, what? Oh, your coach needs to be in there? Sorry.
I lied. I can't move.
I moved him. Sorry.
Ready?
You just had to say Kimchi, move him, and then you know I would have. Oh fucking hell! It's fine.
What's wrong?
Same map.
I am both shield and sword.
Trying to switch the maps.
Someone
you know?
pick a number.
10.
4.
I was about to say 4 too.
Ooh, you guys sound tired.
Yeah, this one, maybe 1 or 2 more.
Wake up! I'm on Cali time.
Yo, for real? Okay, no. For real,
It's 11 o'clock.
I have energy to be up right now. I could be up to like 3, 4 a.m. right now, but I can't. I have work tomorrow.
I'm hearing excuses. What, Brent?
Who is that in the top right, top left corner of your screen?
Top left? Oh, it's just a little pic crew of me.
It's cute.
I used to have
looks cuter?
darker hair.
Me.
Oh my.
Specifically the art of me that is staring you in the face.
Yes. The Blue's
Maybe.
Clues art of you.
That's the best way to describe it. I love it.
It's bread, but like Blue's Clues.
I look like a salt shaker.
Oh god, this fucking map again. No.
Fucking icebox. Oh my
Bread.
god.
Pimpy? Pimpy? Oh. Yeah, by that.
What?
I requested a judge. Also, did you not hear the nickname that I called you?
Kimpy?
No, Pimpy.
Oh, no. How about a no?
Hey, Kimpy.
Yes.
I'm on Eileen. Oh, I swear to baby.
We're all going mid, I guess? We're all gonna get dropped by fucking Trick. Trick's gonna drop us mid.
Think it's in.
Ooh! Not that one. Oh my.
Who shot that?
Who needs heals?
No one. I missed you, by the way. Whenever I was on that other team, I missed you. I couldn't get heals.
Leo peeks.
Behind us, holy fuck.
Reloading. Target spotted mid.
Why didn't you get any heals?
They were Pimpy.
I'm planting B.
Enemy spotted B.
Oh, they're on
He's
me.
pushing
I didn't
it.
get to.
Spike down.
I'm going to
B.
find.
I kinked him.
He's on ladder, hit twice.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
My dead body.
He's last. He's just alive.
I got you.
Oh god, it's Angie.
Just run, dude. Just run. It's fine.
That's fine.
They got a fucking coach too. Oh
Yo,
shit.
4 people.
I don't think you understand. Saber's only good at callouts. So this is his strength.
I felt her coming up on us.
Don't peek that. Just wait. Just wait. Just wait. Oh fuck.
Forget that I'm her duo.
But you're my
I
duo.
thought you could do that in this game.
I'm
Can you not
both of
do
your
that?
duos.
That's not how that
You're
works.
my
No, I'm just
trio.
kidding.
It's like a love triangle.
That's not how that works.
It's more like
You can't shoot through metal.
it's like a poly relationship. It's fine.
Stop.
You can't shit through
You
metal.
can't say that.
You can't shit through metal. I don't think that's a thing.
You can't shit through metal.
Can't shit through metal, baby.
I'm gonna block
Damn.
mid.
That
We're going A?
sucks.
Rain has spike.
Alright, B, show him what's up.
For two jets that don't play.
Target spotted mid.
Okay.
This town ain't big enough for 2 jets that don't play jet.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
Double flash goes crazy.
Let's get straight to it.
Anyone need heal?
Our spike carrier is still
Question. Holy shit.
spike down A.
Person up there.
Watching
is down,
backside.
spike is
Watching
down.
back. Sin's back here. Never mind.
Heaven. Got it.
Nice. I'm ziplining.
This
You
time,
suck.
even if
That's
you
so
kids
rude.
Don't play Jet.
I
That's
picked up
right.
someone's Vandal. Do you guys want it back? Never mind.
He just went back.
Oh.
The B.
I'm screen peeking.
Sweet.
I'm screen peeking.
Hmm?
I'm cheating.
Don't do that. Wait, to me? Wait, what?
Yeah.
I'm confused. I'm so
Yes.
confused. Sweet
Stream
screen sniping? Sweet stream sniping on my stream? We're on the same team?
Oh my god, that was actually fucking trash.
I'm with you, Brad. I'm mauling. Oh shit.
Nuh-uh. Where is she?
Hey.
I'm watching flank.
I'm gonna watch that thing.
Got one.
Nice, good job.
I'm still watching flank.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, get fucked.
Oh
Sin.
shit,
Yeah.
it's Angie.
We're fine. She's not gonna be there.
Flawless.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good job.
Nice.
Let's go. Fuck.
Last round in the half.
Well, I pretended to be important there, so good job, guys.
You are so important. Intimidating. I think we should do another mid.
Here.
Another mid push is always fun.
Ready for this?
Mid A or mid B?
It's so fear.
Mid B.
Fear.
Barrier deployed. Enemy spotted B.
Oh fuck. Sorry.
Hammer.
Uh-oh. Buster club.
Sweet. Come back.
Oh, I got you.
Be faster.
Got him.
Holy shit,
Okay.
good shot.
Angie's down. Okay, so
Plant?
it's easy from now.
Yeah.
I'm blocking mid.
Early flanking.
I'm planting.
I'm watching flank.
I'm gonna play on left.
Fuck. I took my eyes off the fucking screen for 2 seconds.
What the fuck? My top left.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, sweet.
Last player standing.
On bomb. On bomb.
Bum 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 bum.
Clutch.
Fuck me.
You're good.
Of course it's the Lando.
Switching sides.
Lando's the type of guy.
Good job. No, I should have walked over to it first.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
You want it?
Of course.
Of course you do.
How much was this skin, Fatal?
This what? Oh my god.
I didn't mean to do that. I tried to. I clicked it and I was like, that's the wrong way. I tried to stop it and played it twice.
Heavy mid?
The pistol. The flower. Little tree.
That's what I wanted to play, but I ended up playing Ubu twice, of which I have 3 of them. I'm flexing them like a deck of Pokemon cards in kindergarten. Or like 2 phones after a sexist video.
Jets ground. Reloading.
She's dead.
Oh, A side, A side.
A side, A side, A side. Someone's on it.
Left.
Got him.
One enemy remaining.
Blood.
Spike down mid.
Nice, good work.
I flicked you and said play and it hit.
Match point.
I'm warmed up, so this game might be a little unbalanced now.
Whoa!
What'd you say?
Sweet. I'm warmed up. Let's go.
I'm about to double blast pack mid. Snipe.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Dude, I barely missed it. Oh my god.
Peek with me. Oh, nice. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
Watch out. It's Angelina.
I have a wall. Gecko's on that side, left. I'm watching flank.
What the fuck?
Spike is safe. One enemy remaining.
There's zip line.
Watch up. Needs heals. Nobody? Nice.
Defenders win.
Good job.
Yeah.
Okay, I have time for one more, and then I'm gonna go sleep.
California time, excuse me? No, you don't sleep for another 2 hours.
Alright, last round, baby. Here we go.
It's my last
By that,
round.
I mean, go do laundry and then go to sleep.
I can get this one out so that breedable sub could play.
You wanna play?
Okay.
But I wanted to be on
Play
Sin's team.
Guys up.
Oh, okay. We can play around with this.
Don't worry, guys. I'll be your coach.
Someone switch with Sin so that she can be on Leader's team. I can. Or Tools can. If you want.
Oh, but I'm gonna be coach.
Nice.
Alright,
Sounds
whoops.
good.
Map.
Honestly, being a coach is
Ascent?
so fun, dude. Ascent? Yeah, we
Alright.
did Ascent.
Yeah,
Fucking
I'm gonna play
percent.
some.
Alright.
Okay, 1
Do
second,
you want auto
please.
balance? Wait, do you want
Are
auto
we swinging
balance?
that?
Nah, leave it how it is. Leave it
The
how it is.
incentive?
It's fine.
Give me a second, okay?
I don't like having Saber on that team.
Why? What do you mean, bro? I'm handicapped.
Listen, his account may say he's unranked,
Heck, where are
but
you? And then
He's smurfing.
sub,
fine.
and then
Something
He's
like
plat-
something
He's
like
plat.
that.
He is platinum.
right?
He's platinum.
That's right.
I didn't say you were immortal. I said you were platinum.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Got it, Bled.
Alright.
Oh
Time
my
to out.
god.
Time to outfrag Saber like I do every time. He hasn't played yet. This is his first game on.
Don't worry about it, I'll coach you.
He's
So
on
what
a
you think here is
laptop.
you pick Cypher.
Okay, and then? Oh wait, that's not even Cypher.
Look at that.
Viper.
Put your team cup over the fuck you want.
Viper. 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 Yeah. Yeah.
The casual lock-in.
Oh my gosh, Kimchi, when I headshot you that last round, I was so scared.
He's playing Jet. He's not a Jet main. We won.
I was like,
We win.
I'm so
we
scared.
win these.
Don't be
We win
scared.
this.
I don't bite.
I was literally like,
Or
this is
do
so
I?
scary.
Bro, Tricast
I don't
goes on
bite,
fucking
or do
chamber.
I?
You've seen that man with his fucking marshals and shit.
You don't bite hard.
Don't.
That's about a top, bro.
I'm. Oh.
Need a drop.
Please. Please. Oh. Hey.
Need a drop.
What would you say please as if I even request?
Spike's over there.
Spike is here.
All right, I guess I got it.
I mean, I'll take it.
I mean, I'll take it, but
B or A.
I just assumed Sim was taking it.
Mid.
Mid,
Is,
mid B, mid B, mid B, mid B.
Put 2 mid, 3 actually going B.
I think Spike should go this way, yeah.
Is she even on?
Hey, come on, come on. I need some.
Play it slow.
Oh, okay.
And push
You guys
back.
got that?
no, because I'm supposed
No,
to
I
flash
want-
out. Hold on. I'm gonna line it up back here.
Not supposed to die mid.
Oh, I fucked it up. We just gotta do it.
Lame.
Fuck it,
Too
we ball.
Yeah, go.
Go,
Fuck
go,
it, we
go.
ball. They ain't shit. It's the lost cause.
You don't have to watch mid because they already have it.
Good attempt.
Nice.
Okay, you got him. Yeah, okay, you got like two gods. Okay.
I would rotate. You guys have mid control, so you can rotate through mid. And rush A.
Okay. Yep, go. Just go. And you stop. Both of them are locked onto site.
Lunar, watch their spawn. You'll probably get a kill here.
Is the coach coaching?
Yes. I actually
way.
did.
One enemy remaining.
The coach actually coaches.
Good job, coach.
Congratulations,
okay.
coach.
The stall for time.
55 raise.
Probably going through our spawn.
They have no time for that.
Yeah, I think they, that is it right there.
Yeah. Unless he starts.
Get out!
He can't get it.
Nope. That's it.
Get
Run.
out of there! Go!
Nice. Oh, and he was right there. Kill him! Nice.
Yeah.
I healed you.
Just tried to buy his coach. Don't worry about it.
Go, coach.
Brad did that
I
earlier
did the same
too.
thing. I did the same thing. I just told Kimchi I pressed B and nothing happened, and I was so confused.
You'll break you by me, sure, please.
Can we rush A?
If you do that, make sure to send out the wall to cover the doors so that way you can close it. Too low
Sorry,
again.
my walls I was looking more at the map.
If you aim really high, you can get your wall on rafters, and it blocks them from peeking.
Yeah, that was my plan, but I was just aiming too low.
There's a KJ turret.
We lost mid.
She's
Oh my God, it's
she's
Angie.
hell.
75 on chamber.
Underneath rafters. Oh shit. He's sweet, but run.
They are everywhere.
Bro!
I did not realize.
We didn't get a
what was
single.
going on.
We didn't get a
Yeah.
single
When I tell you
pick.
that- when I tell you everywhere, I mean everywhere.
It was hard to hear you.
I would play a mid
Clear
here,
comms,
and
clear
then
comms, clear
play
comms.
for your-
I say mid again.
Shut the fuck up!
Clear comms,
Coach?
clear comms, clear comms, clear comms.
Coach, do you wanna buy like either light, shield, or guardian, just so I can afford for an op next round? Hold mid.
Me?
I'm talking to the coach.
Oh. What?
No, I think it's better if you just
Alright,
buy
okay.
this round, because you guys can probably win this round.
Alright.
As long as you play it well. Play it slow, winner.
Got Leo.
Good damage, I would say leave it. Even with the damage, you guys can take A. You guys have a free A besides KJ. KJ's the only
Yep.
one on A, so there's
They
two
just-
D.
If she's even on A. Go away. Trust. I can just
KJ's
hold
on
mid. I
B,
can
KJ's
just-
on B, KJ's on B, go A. Push,
Yep,
push, quick.
easy A. It should just be chamber.
Why are you closing it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't unclose it.
No.
I don't know where my weapon went. So
Left.
One enemy remaining.
She's right there.
Behind you, deadlock.
B sweep one. That one.
Shaking that
yes.
spawn.
Nope.
That one.
Turn back around.
This
No,
way?
it's
No,
fine,
that's
it's fine,
okay.
it's fine.
It's okay. It's okay.
Raise your crosshair.
This way?
Last player
oh my god, bro.
You're like,
I'm trying to get you to aim for head, man.
There's too many voices. I'm sorry. There's too many
Yo,
voices.
yo.
Hold that. Don't run.
There you go.
Clear comms.
You got it. You won.
There you go. Nice.
My ultimate is ready.
You won. Good job.
Worth.
I gave the win.
Worth.
Okay.
Worth.
Last round before the switch.
I don't know where my
Saying
gun
you guys
went.
have hella creds.
All right,
Wasn't
here we
being
go.
a smart ass.
Just kidding.
Clear comms. Clear comms.
I was trying to get at their head, B sweet, because where you were aiming,
I
you were
got
aiming
you.
at their kneecaps.
Yeah.
Bro was trying to break some kneecaps. You're not playing the.
Who's good
op
mid?
weapon?
I suck.
I'm going mid.
Okay.
Here.
Okay. I can ult and shut down all
Play
of
it
KJ.
slow, slow and quiet.
Nice job. I can shut them down. I can ult. Ulting.
Hey, heaven.
That's okay. That's okay.
You want
Push
to
on.
play? Let's play.
Push on. Break all those bots so that when KJ gets back, they're not on.
Lunar, ready? Ready, Lunar?
She was baiting.
Got her.
Mid. They're mid. They're mid.
Thank you.
Both
thank
mid.
you.
Both
What's
mid.
clear?
Go away. Go away.
A should be.
A is clear?
Yeah,
A
he's
should be
all
clear.
A is clear. They're both
Blows my
rotating.
mind.
One enemy remaining.
You can wall off.
One
that
up
thing.
down. Okay.
Watching mid.
Nice.
I've got him. We have him trapped.
Watch flank. He's just trying to. Going heaven.
He's going. Yep.
Good
Nice.
job.
Nice.
But I almost said GG's.
Switching
Fuck,
sides.
it's- Why is that? Why can't you say that?
Because it's not the end.
Because
of
it's
the
not the end of the game.
Definitely. Sweet, go B. I can tell you a setup if you want for deadlock.
It's considered bad luck.
Where am I going?
Unsportsmanlike.
Kimchi, you could probably also go mid or B. Choice.
Hold on. Where do you want
go
me to go?
B. B sweet B.
Oh wait. I'm gonna go.
Red,
Okay. I'm
red,
gonna go A if someone wants
red.
to
Put
B.
your
Oh.
first
Red.
Q on the middle wall there, on like the.
Okay, I'm gonna
go
go.
towards market
Do you
on
wanna
the
cover
map.
Sin,
A?
I'm
Go
with
B,
you.
I can clear.
That little up
Where?
thing.
Play
No,
I
back.
can clear B.
The wall to your right there. That wall. Put one on there. On that wall to your left.
I can clear B.
The wall with the little spray on it. No,
Yeah.
your Q. Your Q. Yes.
I'm
put it
watching
on that
from
wall.
like this way.
Yes. Now play on site. Play on site.
2 mid.
No on B. Yet.
Hold,
Stay where you
Sin.
are. Play it.
Oh shit.
Oh,
They're all
they're
there.
here. They're here.
A lot on mid.
Pulling forward?
He,
I have
he
one
wasted
health.
one of his.
I got you.
Uh,
Play back.
he
Stay there.
wasted a
Good job.
Now I'm gonna give him a kiss.
chamber wasted
hear
his
Leo.
Leon
one
pushed
U2.
through.
I hear Leo.
Damn it.
I think they rotated.
Okay. They're mid.
Stop. Don't peek
They're
there.
still mid.
One's A. Wait, cynical plate your gun.
Is it? Huh?
Oh my god, I need somebody to come help me.
Last player standing.
That's right. Piss round is all they get.
King, man.
They're
That's all
probably
they
gonna
get.
buy some good stuff, so play safe. Like play back.
Buy your second QB suite, and I can actually set it up. We have more time now.
Okay, so
Okay,
they're
there
probably
you
gonna buy like
So
actual
use your
guns.
pull out your
You
Q.
need help mid?
Put it on that wall next to the stairs.
Oh,
There.
well, you know, if we lose 2 mid,
Here?
then I'm the only one
one-
holding
the one
it,
to the
and
right.
they're
Yeah,
gonna
he's
rush
got it
me.
covered.
Okay.
Yeah.
The lower,
Rotate.
the lower wall.
Okay, Sin,
lower
I'm
wall.
gonna.
Okay, I don't know. Do I need to hold A or do I help mid?
Hold it, hold it. I'm coming. I'm
The
coming.
one ready is standing on
coming.
that wall.
Gonna get a
Sorry.
heal. Kimchi.
Yeah. I normally hold B. That's why it's
Thank you.
hard for me.
You can go
That's
B.
Leah.
I was just gonna clear B.
Definitely two sniping mid.
Yep, 2 seconds. Yep.
Don't peek if he's sweet. Just let him stay there. They'll be dumb.
Okay, they're buying more guns, so just play safe.
Spike planted.
Neon's underneath.
Don't scare me like that. Jesus Christ.
What? I'm done. Nice. You can knife that thing.
Last player
Fuck,
standing.
that was stupid. That was dumb.
At least you can recognize that.
Yeah, I heard it.
Can I, can I go? Can I
Don't
go
worry.
B? Can I go B? Please.
Hold on, explain to me
Yeah,
that.
yeah, go B.
I raised
Okay.
your volume a little bit. So I
Okay,
can
be sweet. So on B, you see if you open up the map, you see the area called mid market. You see to the right of that little like outcrop that it has there?
Yeah.
Through the door? That's where
Yeah.
I want you to place it on the wall of that.
So 2 of those, like one there and then one further in.
And then one on the wall that you placed it on before with the spray.
I'm on air.
No,
Let's see what happens.
3,
That makes
this is an A push, so rotate A. I wouldn't peek that again.
God damn.
I
They're
mean,
they're on site.
Don't keep peeking.
They're on site. Stop peeking mid. Never peek
I
mid.
didn't.
Quiet, 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 quiet,
I
quiet. I
didn't.
can't hear anything.
Alright, now on. Never peek A. They have ops and shot.
Never
they
peek
have
A
ops
or
and
never peek
snipers.
mid.
Sorry, never peek mid.
Well, we're pushing
Never
up.
touch mid.
We're pushing up quite a bit. I think we need to fall back more.
You guys are
Yes,
forced to
that-
stay back because you keep peeking mid. That's the issue.
Yeah, they have a lot of good snipers on the team. We just
They
can't.
have mid control. Let them have mid control. Play around it instead. Because if they're just gonna play mid, like mid
That
top
works.
area,
Kimchi, if you
can
wall that,
just
that works.
flank them.
Looks like a B push.
Down B.
Who's got the op? They're shooting at your wall, I think.
So she
Okay,
switched
44.
instead of sniping to an AK.
Get out of my
Or not
way.
AK, whatever it was.
My ultimate is ready.
Spike down B.
I knew
One
it.
enemy remaining.
I know my jet. I know Sabi way be better than anybody else.
Nice.
Let's go.
They still have good economy, so they're obviously still gonna have guns.
No,
But
it's
Sudden death.
no. Sudden
oh,
death.
it's sudden death now.
No economy. That means that's an idea, Lunar.
I mean, yeah, you can definitely peek mid now.
That's an idea.
Um,
Are you really just gonna hold that? No util, no nothing.
He has his eye if he needs it.
That's true. See if your eye and one heal. That'll be enough. I used to just miss in this case. Too far for heal.
I'm gonna wall this off.
we got
Just getting
walls for
here.
days.
Yeah, before you wall, let me scan. Let me scan first.
Oh! So good!
There's enough there, bud. I mean, take it, see if you can get on.
He
one
didn't even
pick.
fucking stop to shoot me. He
Pick up
just
the
shot
gun
me while on the move.
Nope, not doing that.
Just leave it in case they rotate.
He's flashing out.
Back.
Oh,
no,
he's up
fine.
there, on top of the wall.
Fuck.
Fuck, man.
He
What
got
happened to
Slendy and
They're all.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
what the fuck? That doesn't hit him?
You should have held it.
Shh.
So many footsteps.
Watch your A. That's where they are. They're not flanked. There you go. They've decided to go B instead.
Why? I'm gonna cry. They didn't decide to go B instead.
Yes, they did. They were all jumpy. They were just looking for you.
Flawless. Attackers win.
It's okay. Good job. That sniping was rude.
Yeah, I can't move him.
My boss allowed me to play one more game.
I'm going to bed.
Good night,
Yeah.
Sam.
That
almost
jet
great.
didn't stop to
Remove
shoot
him in
me
here.
and it still
Yeah,
headshot
give me 1
me.
second.
That's so bullshit.
Good
I
night.
can't pull. I can't pull. It's not fair.
I know, I'm sorry. I'll switch it in a bit. I can't use my brain right now for that.
Wait, what does auto balance look like?
Alright, y'all, it's been good. Let's heal.
Good night.
Good night.
Night, good
Good
night.
night.
Good night.
Bison.
Bye
Bye, Sin.
Bye.
See you later.
Bye.
Are you gonna raid
Yeah.
someone, Kimchi?
I'm playing one more.
Oh,
I said
Why
my
does it say I'm
boss
in a
told me.
pregame?
that's
My
who's
boss
your
told
boss in
me.
this case?
Bye.
Bye. All right, so 4v4s. That's what we're doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
All
This is not fair.
Out of bounds.
Balance? This is balance?
Oh,
Oh.
there's Leo.
Right,
Out of
stream
bounds.
fight. On the same
Oh,
team.
this is out of balance. That's actually
okay.
fair.
It's
I
fair.
can't- I
Let's
guess
run
this-
it.
Different
This is
different
fair.
map.
This is fair.
Yep.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Nice sniping, by the way.
Oh my god.
That was hurtful.
Thanks.
That was hurtful.
Lando Trick.
Lunar and Trick?
Saber.
Lunar and
What?
Trick? Oh my god.
Alright.
I should have just said round 6 or something. I said we're never picking mid again. No matter what.
Yeah.
Never,
Yeah.
never pick mid.
I'm
No.
switching y'all.
This is the game.
Whoever the Rada,
guys.
the Rada that ulted that jumped.
Wait, what
Oh
map?
my god.
Something we haven't played yet.
We haven't played Lotus, Fracture, Breeze,
Fracture? Fracture?
Sunset.
We all
Fracture?
hate Sunset. So like
Everyone hates
Fracture?
Yeah.
No, I
you're
don't.
picking
I
mid.
hate No, no.
Fracture.
Lotus.
Fracture.
All my, and she knows all my strategies. And she knows all my plays.
Sounds tough.
I'm on your team.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
Okay, hold on.
I've
I'm
never,
switching
I haven't played
yours.
with you once. I guess.
That's right?
What?
finally
Milk is
with-
a good source of vitamin D.
I'm finally with kimchi.
Is this right?
yeah.
Wait, who's the
Finally.
extra?
I'm finally
Sweet.
with y'all too.
I'm putting
Oh, yes,
Sweet in
you are.
AFK. Yeah, we're good.
Start match. I
Last
wonder if he turned off
one.
his computer
Probably.
for every single marble. Alright, I'm in. Are you ready to see my strategy?
I'll play
Plant?
Viper.
And you
in the
teleport to
honor
the
of
other side.
Cynical.
She's gone.
Yeah.
I'm glad we all
R.I.P..
got to play though. That's nice.
She fell
This
victim
was
to
so
this
fun.
illness called sleep.
Oh, by the way, and you know what's
I feel
hilarious?
that. I feel sleep.
We were all like, we need one extra person. We need to do this, that. And all of a sudden, I just see you pop up, and I go, and then it goes, I saw that, Mason. Because I saw that, Brad.
Lando invited me right away.
I know.
Once I got on, like I didn't even get loaded into my like home screen. He just invited me. I was just like, oh.
I gasped, and then straight up, just like Linda goes, I saw that one. Oh.
1 to 2 games turn into more than that.
Do you want
always.
Kimpy or Pimpy?
Thank you.
Kimpy.
Kimpy or Pimpy?
No, Kimpy.
What about
No. What even is that noise?
what about Felisle?
What the fuck?
Oh.
Felisle.
Have a good night, Sweet.
It
Thanks
means
so much for
respect
playing with
parents,
us.
So. Felisle is the respect for one's parents. So.
Shit.
I think Landon.
The music's a little too loud.
Felisle Pimpy.
Thank you for the cookies, Sweet.
Cookies are sweet, and so is Be Sweet.
Very true.
There's literally a TP right in front of my face. What the heck?
No longer. Did you forget who was playing Nuru?
Oh
The
my
man that never
God.
teleports.
Bruh, I blinded him and he went in my face. That's crazy.
Did you forget that he never teleports? I don't think Saber knows that your teleports have an actual
One enemy
use.
remaining.
Because he never uses them.
No, he doesn't.
He fakes every time.
Toxin screen down.
She's taking.
Intense.
I didn't hear the second one go off.
Oh my
one's your favorite?
goodness. It's so good. It's so fucking funny.
Do you like that one, or do you like
No. Definitely not that
Oh.
one. Definitely not that one.
You failure of a
Have a lovely
child. This
lurk.
is why I abandoned you
Thank
in
you
the
for
first
the
place.
like, Toa.
You weren't there for that one, Kimchi. You walked away.
No. I was there. I heard it.
You heard that one initially?
Mhm.
Oh. I know. I thought you didn't. Talking about how much of a favorite little pun was.
Oh, I'm stunned. They're pushing through.
I'm watching her flank.
I can push through it. Push through it.
Oh, she's on site.
Fuck.
One enemy
I lost
remaining.
so much for that.
It's the first time. I think that's the first time I've ever heard you curse automatically.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I did not mean to curse.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I did.
Is
It
that,
just
is that like a
accidentally came
habit
out.
from streaming or something? I don't know. Did you,
Yeah.
you always try your best not to
Here's your
you
shout
always,
out,
like, curse on
Todd.
the second time.
Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you.
When I used to stream, I curse.
And why do you just
Not
go
too
like,
much.
freak?
I don't know. I just try to be
Family
what's the
friendly
word?
for all the little kids
Yeah.
that play this game.
No charges left.
Yeah, family friendly.
It's a very cartoon game. As
I
blood
said freak.
explodes out
I
of
didn't.
someone's head.
I said freak. I did. I said freak.
Just like me. Freak.
What?
I actually have something in my nose. I can't get it out. I'm not sniffing. That's like a joke. Help me. I can't focus. It hurts.
Got you. Ooh, I don't got you? Oh, fuck. That was rough.
She's dead. Sometimes all you gotta do is just blitz, okay? My nose.
My ultimate is ready. Who's next? Find it.
Heaven?
Last player standing.
99?
One enemy remaining.
Shoot to the wall, maybe?
Just looking.
Last round in the
Trick
half.
is. Do we have beef?
It's always me and Saber. But yeah, the thing,
No one's gonna joke about the. No one's gonna appreciate the just chicken joke.
The what? I'm sorry,
I
did you
worked
say
really hard
something?
on that one.
What'd you say?
That was
Just
so
shit.
random.
Wow,
Do
so
we have
funny.
beef? Not just chicken.
Oh.
Literally, your finger
Sorry,
approval is not
I was
Okay.
typing, you know?
My best jokes are only the most horrendous jokes in the world.
Bro, game started.
Oh, okay.
Reloading.
It's game time.
My ult ready.
Another one right
Cutting
here.
their vision.
You have ult?
Healing.
Oh my god, I have not gotten to use my strategy on this map.
Last player standing.
Bruh.
Where
Spike
was
down
that from?
B.
Oh, of course, it's Saber left. Whoa!
So
missed his head.
close. So close.
See.
Switching sides.
Raina got
gonna
some
do
nice
that.
thighs.
Ew.
No. Don't ever say that again.
Family friendly, bruh.
What language was that?
Bruh? Bruh?
You said some weird hieroglyphics before that.
Oh, it's because I said it fast. Bad.
No saber.
I'm alone, bee.
Why are y'all leaving Kirky alone?
She's fine. Pimpy's fine.
How would you know?
She.
How would you know?
She's fine. She got that.
Sorry. It's an evil laugh.
She got it.
Oh,
She
I
does
guess
it
sparked the
sometimes.
nerve. Yeah, I'm sorry.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Also,
Oh,
Asia and I
no.
can finally kill each other now. Asia, I think we've been relieved of our curse. We can actually kill each other now.
I know, right?
If you and I were hitting headshots at each other, I was like, wow.
We're sleeping. Let me
That's
see
really
that.
Also, I had the biggest case of deja vu like earlier, but it was actually real.
What? What happened?
What song were you listening to earlier? Which Doja Cat song?
Paint the Town Red. She the devil, she bad little bit, she a rebel.
Yeah, that one. And so I started singing that one.
Doja Cat's deep into the.
And then whenever I did,
now.
Kimchi said, "Yeah, we don't worry about that one."
Spike down.
She's kind of going in the Kanye route a little bit, but she's fine. She's doing a little bit of Kanye, but it'll be fine. Kanye's fine, she'll be fine.
The planting A, maybe.
She'll just never get a halftime show.
That's where he TP'd on play cam.
I'm sorry.
One enemy remaining.
He TP'd half an inch.
Down A.
They were not good enough.
Damn.
Yay.
Damn.
Good flank. Good
Yay.
flank.
That TP of 5 inches really helped you, man. He barely moved.
Taylor is so funny. What the heck?
Anyway, yeah, I started singing that song, and then Kimchi just goes, "No, I'm listening to Super. What was it?
Super Shy.
Yeah." And then I said, "You mean
this
Superfly?"
one.
And I
Oh,
had like the
no.
biggest case of deja vu because I said the exact same thing to Angie yesterday, like word for word, bar for bar.
Okay, okay. One at a time, please. One at a time.
Nuh-uh.
80 breach.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Fuck. One heaven.
Last player standing.
80.
Nice.
I am always behind you.
That's creepy.
Match point.
No. No.
Yeah, huh.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say without making that exact pattern of noises because of Sav. Just the entire year that I've known her, the same thing that she does the whole time. It's just
Oh my god. I broke
I
my
did not
fucking
get hit.
ankles.
What ankles?
Oh my god, Trick. I swear to god, Trick. Oh my god.
Yo. Will he TP?
She swears to God, Trick.
Frick, I looked away for 1 second. I looked away from my computer 1 second.
They went to A?
No, I'm just gonna sit here until they do.
Seconds left.
A.
No charges.
Last player standing.
Damn it. Because Mason Crouch.
Spike planted.
Yeah, what was I supposed to do there?
Who the hell is
Yeah.
Mason?
Yeah, who the heck is that?
Who's Mason? I don't know who that
I don't know who
is.
that is. I have a feeling they're gonna go A again.
Mason? How'd you know him?
They went B, then rotated to A.
I'm grabbing an Odin.
I'm block here.
Here.
Out of spite. Oh.
Good job.
The other Odin. If I get one tap, RIP me.
That's gonna be me though, not you. You got this. Oh, you pushed up?
Slay. Slay
Was
the
Saber
day.
in here? No. Saber.
You've been trying to carry Angie, but she's just not that good.
Spike down A.
No. Last comp games we played, I carried. But he still somehow got a higher combat score than me.
We don't question the honor of gods, okay?
One enemy
I
remaining.
question it.
He's sitting there with a fucking Odin.
108! 108! Go get him!
I hit him 40.
Yeah!
Let's go.
Gee! A lot of G's.
We're just better.
That was
Trick.
Odin!
Angie, you got
Wait.
out Odin.
I
Turret
did!
MVP. Turret MVP.
Oh
Turret
my
MVP.
God.
That turret was neat.
Thanks for the games, guys. I'm probably gonna raid out. Do you guys have
Bruh.
anyone I can raid out to?
Can't believe we
is,
won that.
PlayStation U Live?
Is he?
Turret MVP.
Let's see.
Oh.
Oh, Landy's
there's
playing
Lunar.
Overwatch too.
You can raid Lunar.
Lunar.
I'll just raid whoever Kimchi's gonna raid.
Oh,
Yeah, raid Lunar
Rita's
and then have
playing
him
Apex.
raid.
I think she's just starting.
Angie, go live.
I just raided her yesterday.
No, it is about to be 3 in the morning.
No,
Perfect time.
she's been streaming for 46. Porgy didn't drizzle
Perfect time.
Diablo.
Let me see.
What?
Landy's
God,
been
we missed
streaming
420.
for only 12 minutes, so she's probably gonna run all night. So let me go ahead and message you her. Here's Stiffs. Sorry, I'm really slow right now. I'm running on fumes.
What does that mean?
I'm
Imagine
so
being on
fucking
California
tired.
time.
I'm so fucking tired.
Dude, it's like 3 a.m. here.
Bro, it's barely midnight for you, Kimchi.
I sent it to you on Discord. Alright, I'm gonna deafen real quick. I'll be back. Wow. Wow, that was so fun. That was so fun. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm hella tired. I'll see you guys later. Take care, everyone. I'll see you guys probably on Saturday. Bye.